and other places that may be being hired at USDA. And I'm very proud to say that USDA loves our veterans. We hired veterans last year, and the previous year, 1,900. So we is that veterans who are separated from the United States Armed Forces think of the Department of Agriculture only as farming. Offer if you're looking for jobs as jobs out there on USA Jobs. So I guess that's for veterans and like I said, if there's anything and with no further ado, over to my colleague, Dr. Courtney Holland. So Dr. Collins Workman, all yours.
Thank you, Bill. You've done an amazing job. Good morning, everyone, and I'm excited to be here. And one of the things I want you to know is that the youth program is here for all of you. We have done a number of things, including creating a new newsletter, which I'm hoping that each one of you have been receiving. We do have the information from different agencies, including internships, scholarships, any type of available positions that become available. We also put things in like for student financial aid and things that students may need. We're offering quite a number of different programs from the Cisco Academies, and that is definitely growing, where we can offer certifications for students to be able to come on and get certified in everything from coding to different certifications with technology. We also have the youth program has also been working a lot with the STEM program. We are our partner 12. We also have a number of programs in the ag field that a lot of people do not know. As was mentioned earlier, we have the scholars program and things of that nature, but we also are starting to create a path for our students from K through 12 going into college. And how we're doing that is in the classroom, we're working with different agencies and we're working with different school systems to see what we can help to develop. But outside of that, we're working with our 4-H, our AFA, for women in ag. We also have a number of different organizations that will be working at your partner with, and we have memorandums of understanding. And what we do is when we partner with these agencies, we work with them as they develop our youth to be able to go into our college or create a career entrepreneurship into ag and ag and science, STEM, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So I'm excited to be here, and I'm excited to let you know that with me, we also have a website, which is usda.gov/youth. You can also email us at youth@usda.gov, and we do respond back. We are putting things in our newsletter that also involve any agency, including Women in Ag, where you have a program. We can also have that entered into our newsletter as well. We're working with every agency. If you need speakers, you can ask us to and send us a request for speakers. We're working to make sure we're involved in every part of the community. K through 12, we're working with students in there, and I work with students as far as kindergarten, where they were learning about seed growing, to National Society of Black Engineers. So there's a huge variety of things that these program actually does. We have a number of different partners, and we're glad to be here today. And we want any student that is on here to contact us. We are there for students to be able to learn information. We have resources to be able to send out. We have behaviors, as mentioned earlier, that are also out there to speak with our students. So we're able to reach you from the secretary office to your local agency. At any time that you need us, we're here. And I thank King and Bill, and I thank you, Dr. Steele, for having us.
Thank you very much, Dr. Courtney. Thank you, OPPE, Mr. Ashton, Kenya Nichols. I can't thank you all enough. Whenever I call upon you for any type of assistance, you are there for us. You know what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask in front of the world, can we get an MOU with you all any day now? We would love to have something in writing from you all. We had one many years ago, I think under the Obama administration. But here we are with the whole new administration. We would love to have that MOU in place for our youth. You guys know what we're trying to do is to make sure we have a sustainable funding stream like 4-H for underserved minority youth. It pierces my heart when I see youth and we are underrepresented in such a way. And I always like to emphasize how important it is that our children are groomed and educated at an early age also, if we want to increase minority farmer numbers and equality and inclusion across the board, which we know that once those resources are sustainable funding streams are received, our children will no longer be incarcerated at record numbers, nor will they be killed, because that's what's going on throughout the United States, because they are not receiving these equal opportunities at an early age as a result of the 1914 Smith-Lever Act that we are working diligently with now, have started working with the White House. Congress members are now listening to us after 10 years of going back and forth before them. We now have you all, the new administration that is paying attention, and we're so grateful. Again, thank you all for being a part of this program. We're going to move through the program. I hope you can stay with us or be in and out. We left it open like this because we know your schedules are busy and we respect that. So again, thank you very much. Thank you. Any questions? We're going to kind of hold them at the end because I have to get these USCA leaders and Congress members in and out with their schedules. You all, it's just what it is, and hopefully they'll be coming back in to answer some questions, but I definitely got to get them on as I promised. The next, I am going to call him Mr. Frank from FSA. I always chop up his name. And Mr. Frank, he has been very instrumental in a short term in his position. I have never had any negative feedback from him, nor any pushback, if you will. When I call up on their agency to assist us, he sees, he hears us. He is from a Native American background. And without further ado, I present to you Mr. Frank. Thank you for being with us. His title is there in your agenda. Everybody has the agenda. He's an administrator. Frank, it's all yours.
Zach is here. You thinking about that?
I don't know why I'm saying Zach. I'm sorry, Zach. I don't know why I keep saying Frank. I am thinking about Frank because he's been on. You're always on with him, and you guys' email is connected with my email. I'm so sorry. My apologies, Mr. Zach. I'm so sorry. When I talk to you, you both are on the phone. My bad. Sorry.
No apologies. Share the perspective of the leader of a leader for 16 years and the creation of the National American Indians, an organization. The conversation between Indian country and the federal government, that's what I see the presence and the need out there in your communities, get every conversation that we have. We oftentimes get wrapped up in what we're doing as an agency
so much so that we forget about the things that we intend to do, that we need to do, and that we frankly should be doing. So I welcome the opportunity to be here. I don't have anything prepared. I prefer more of a conversational approach to this, as Dr. Steele can attest to. I would gladly, if you have an idea what time you'll get back to that question and answer session, yield my time here for the other leadership that needs to get accounted for based on their schedules, and come back in and answer some questions, have a conversation. Dr. Steele,
that would be appropriate. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Zach, so much, because I know our conversations with the whole equality and justice movement, that this administration is working diligently to make it happen. And you know, everything that's going on with the rescue plan, so forth and so on, I have been a part of that with you all and talking. Just the respect that you're giving us women. The majority of us are minority women. We have something to show from the time we came over here from our mother country, Africa. Minority women has been very, very instrumental in the agriculture industry. They still are over in Africa. We just filed 2 weeks ago, when our California chapter leader gets on. She's our actual international piece, our coordinator. We filed our International Women in Ag piece a couple of weeks ago, reaching back over to Africa, which, I mean, I didn't envision this, but again, I thank you because of the respect that you give. I reached out to others. I don't even get a response. I tell people if I were male, even whatever color I was, it would be a little different. So it means a lot to us women to get the respect as leaders, as being the largest nonprofit minority women in agriculture organization in the world. The recognition that your administration is paying attention to. It has never been accomplished in America's history, as far as 35 chapters nationwide, including Puerto Rico and Virgin Islands, have actually joined on, which is also a commissioner that works directly with Congresswoman Stacey Pulaski. She will be on a little later, but I just want to thank you, because it means more than you could ever imagine to have respect of what we're doing and speak to us and talk to us as if we're human beings. Thank you so much.
Any other way, any assistance within the agency I get to lead, please let me know. We'll reach out, give those folks some of their names. In case some of you have to get off the call before I'm able to come back and field any questions, I'm going to type my email in the chat box. I answer all of my own emails, as Dr. Steele can attest.
Yes.
We'll get back to you. It might take a bit, but we will get back to you.
Thank you
for the time. Thank you for your work, and I will see you all later.
And thank you for the agreements that we were able to successfully receive across 6 states, which was a total of 12 that we were able to capture by having foot soldiers on the ground doing outreach and technical training for FSA. We have those trainings actually starting up. We did the CFAP part, which is over, CFAP 2. We are starting up tomorrow. That flyer will be dropped also in the chat box. We will be meeting every 3rd Thursday. We will be doing workshops every 3rd Thursday for a whole year, promoting FSA and NRCS programs, as well as our website and all of our platforms. Our platforms have shown that we are able to outreach, and we'll show the stats that came in from Google and Facebook and Instagram. 68,000 was it? 68,000 people we outreach to every 60 days. That's a lot of outreach. Every day we put something out there, educating the people, connecting them back. Also, you all, at this time, before I go to our next special guest that's here, agency that is going to be a great introduction, because I would have to, I'll start crying, and I don't want to do that. I did my makeup a little bit today. But anywho, today also, to add to our outreach efforts, we are currently live. We started our own Women in Ag talk show. So we are talking to the world through our new podcast It's called Women in Ag Wednesday, and we thought, what a better day to open it up than today. So you all, we are live across the world. We're outreaching to several people through our new Women in Ag talk show. It's called Women in Ag Wednesday, where we'll be able to talk and help women all over the world whenever they want to, every Wednesday at 11 a.m. Thank you again, Zach. Our next special guest, agency leader, fierce leader. I always call him boss, and I say, Tammy, stop calling me boss. I'm not your boss. You are, and you're a leader who has always stood in the gap also for us minority women. It's nothing more precious to us women as to see a king, a Black king that really respect us. Because I know you all have mothers, or you had mothers, or whatever the case may be, aunties, daughters, nieces. We have all that encompassed in National Women in Agriculture across the world. NRCS is the only reason, and I give that emphasis, only reason National Women in Ag has been able to sustain. They have never wavered. When I say from back in Dave White days, and I'm going way back, kind of telling my age, and it may be before then, Curly Reed was my mentor, and he came out through NRCS. He literally mentored me up 2 weeks before he passed, because he believed in what he was doing, and he remembered who we were from the day that I actually walked in his office with another NRCS leader. I'm not at liberty to give that name, but this next NRCS leader that I speak to, whenever I call up on him, he speaks to me direct. He's helped groom me and mentor me in more ways than one. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mr. Ron Harris from the National Headquarters Office of NRCS in Washington, D.C. Hey, boss man.
Thank you, Dr. Steele, so much for the invitation. First of all, bring greetings from Chief Terry Cosby, who could not be here. So he asked me to kind of represent him, but I certainly want to thank you for the work that you have been doing and continue to do, which I can attest to personally. And I certainly want to commend you for your outreach for those rural communities and working with all groups, but especially for your efforts in working with the youth. But as mentioned, express again, this is not in here, but to reinforce and probably heard since she's been chief, you probably talk about his priorities. That's what he did. And the chief is day one, entered on giving priorities. I worked together years back, and he's always had that commitment. But he's committed to racial equity and justice. Urban agriculture, which is the great work he did in climate smart. With the racial equity and justice piece, he's having the agency to look comprehensively across the agency on the services we provide to make sure that services are being provided fairly across the board. What are some things from those? And he's holding people accountable. He's actually making some people uncomfortable, which is a good thing because when people become uncomfortable, they move from dead center. So he reinforces that all the time, and I'm sure my NRCS colleagues all of them can sort of attest to some of those same things. Urban agriculture. He has a commitment to urban agriculture. For the agency, it has been engaged in it for many, many years. He certainly understands the importance of urban agriculture in a lot of these urban communities, some of these communities where there are deserts. And he holds us to the increased activity. And one of the things that's interesting with NRCS was in the 2018 Farm Bill, the Secretary was directed to establish an Office of Urban Agriculture and Innovative Production. At that time, they decided this office, USDA office, they decided it would be housed and managed in NRCS. And I was fortunate enough to be part of helping to stand that office, transition out of the last month. So there also is an office to look across USDA of what all agencies engaged in urban agriculture could be doing differently. Setting up a lot of things. So that's an excellent opportunity to, in addition to the work that USDS does in urban agriculture, and also climate and smart agriculture. We as an agency do a lot of things, a lot of places, through our services, and a lot of things we do to help those communities to mitigate some of the impacts of weather extremes. And he wants to make sure these same services reach all communities. So there's certain interests. And one of the things he's doing, he's setting up right now an office of climate smart agriculture. He's establishing that. He's also establishing an NRCS, an office of racial equity and justice. So he's committed to it. He's sincere about that. And Dr. Steele, as you know, NRCS has an array of different programs and services that we offer. And if individuals, if you own land, rent land, manage land, we probably have a service or program that can assist you. We just need to do a better job of making sure those programs and services are accessible to all people understand. And we certainly do this through the assistance of great partners like Dr. Steele, the National Women in Ag, and also other partners out there across the countryside. The chief has made a commitment that he wants to certainly continue existing partnerships. He also wants to expand new partnerships. Because we utilize these partnerships for many different reasons. Communities we may not have the reach, may not have the trust in those communities, and utilize that as a way to get the information to those communities of what's available, help them understand. And we do a lot of that partnership, especially in my work at the national office. And I'm sure the state conservation can talk about what they do with their state staff in those states. This is kind of an extension of what we do. But the chief is committed to that. We wanted to reinforce that. And I will take this opportunity for kind of a marketing advertising for an opportunity that we currently have that closes on Monday, October 25th. The chief has made an investment of $50 million for fiscal year 22 to invest in conservation outreach, racial equity, and justice cooperative agreements with partners to continue some partnerships and expand and get new partners to help us with our work. So I would encourage each of you to look at that. It's open to individuals, community-based organizations, schools, etc. We're looking for those partners who can help us assist those historic and underserved communities, helping them to maintain natural resources on those farms. He's committed to this. He said this is probably the way we go forward. And this Kenya, I can also say that with this opportunity, there's also no match. One of the things that the chief pointed out, that some feedback he got from last year, is this, the match requirements were getting barriers. Some individuals last year, so we no longer have this match for this opportunity. And with that, I certainly want to halt the time and leave some opportunity for the fellow colleagues. Again, Dr. Steele, thank you so very much. And also myself, just happy to be part of this today.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ron Bosman. I appreciate you. I do want to ask the question because I know the ladies that are on the line, some of us in certain chapters, we're splitting up all of our chapters, the way we're structured. They're able to go for resources in their own chapter. We have it set up where they're their own EIN, their own DUNS, they set as their own entity, but they're still under the entire umbrella. As far as here as national, are we able, because we have an agreement pending with you all since 2020, so are we able to go for those resources on the 25th? Because my grant writers are on here and I don't want to like have them going nuts for nothing like I do.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes. Excuse me. we realize there's some partners who have existing agreements
Okay,
that have work that needs to be extended. Now it can be extended if your agreement was a cooperative agreement. If your agreement was a contribution, if your current agreement is a contribution agreement, you would have to start a new agreement, but it can't be to extend the existing work that you do.
awesome. Thank you very much. The grant writers are on here, you all hear that, because I have they'll be like, nah, because they have it written, but I wanted to make sure and I told them I would ask. Thank you again, Mr. Harris. I want the world to know again, and National Women in Agriculture would not be around if it wasn't for this agency. So I encourage you to please contact your local state conservationist. When I come there, I'll help you over the phone to develop those relationships, because you could get cooperative agreements sitting in your state. However, I will not sign off on it if you are not under the compliance rules and the trainings that we went through yesterday. We did a real extensive drill down outreach training with all our chapter leaders and some of our stakeholders, so they understand what outreach and technical service is, what your actual programs are. That's from FSA, through the whole USDA agency. We explain USDA is our main partner. That's the reason we always talk about your training, your programs. We do not have resources like other organizations to have people to reach foundations. And people have always in the past, they were like, well, NRCS, NRCS or USDA is drying up. They're sick of you coming back and forth. However, we've seen groups that's been at the table for 40 years. And NRCS still, they made sure that we had an agreement or cooperative or a grant, what have you, to keep going, because they wanted to make sure we have those same opportunities. So I want to thank you all, because I never forget where we started, where we come from. My grandma taught me that. So I thank you. And when we get over to the White House, we will tell them all that NRCS is it, and we are so appreciative from the bottom of my heart. And I know all the women are grateful, because I'm able to connect and do things with them and get them involved in their communities. Thank you so much.
And thank you.
Thank you. You see, I'm getting old. You don't see as many emails anymore, right? I'm trying to come down just a little bit. I told them I'm getting, after this bill is passed, I'm giving 3 to 5 more years and I'm getting out the way. So thank you so much. Moving through the program and still looking at in the states. This is another partner on the state level. Mississippi NRCS state conservationists. I know several throughout the United States. However, this brother, this leader, he believes so much in our hip hop producer program. That's one of his favorite programs with us. He's made it his business to make sure we stay engaged and partnered with Mississippi. Kurt Reedus, they corrected me with my little Okie accent. Kurt Reedus is the real deal of the generation behind myself. He's a leader. He's over the entire state of Mississippi, haven't wavered. When he sees somebody infringing upon our programs in his area anyway, he'll hit me up. Check it out. Now they trying to mess up your stuff. You know what we're doing. You know how we do. He'll make sure that we know what's going on and to stay on point. So Kurt, I call you Kurt. I ain't gonna be out on him because you know how we do. I appreciate you so much for being that courageous next generation leader that we need people to speak up and stand up for, because you understand that you have babies, young babies, that our organization is standing in the gap to make sure they have opportunities. Because if we're not here, no new Black farmers happens, really, ultimately, literally. We are women, we birth babies. The way the organization is structured, we birth them, we raise them, we educate them, and teach them how to be great United States citizens through agriculture, sustainable skills and practices. So you all, I give to you and present to you Mr. Kurt Reedus from the state of the Mississippi. Kurt? Somebody did all that invitation. What's that? Okay. Harry must have to jump off real quick. He was on here. We'll catch him coming back. I'm telling you, he missed that great that you guys have to tell him when he comes on. Someone will let him know how I let them know that he was the real deal. I am, and it would behoove me, and I know he's on, my state conservationist from here in Oklahoma. Gary O'Neill is like a brother in more ways. He's my Ivy brother. He's my leader. He's my boss man for my state here in Oklahoma. Gary O'Neill is one of those people that I could call on and he could tell me and he could calm me down and I take it and keep going. I won't give him no like roll eyes and work my neck or whatever. I just like, okay, yes sir, yes sir. And he makes sure that those greenhouses, these ladies here that flew in from Chicago and from Waco, Texas, they are here at the actual conference room table with me. They are able to witness exactly what NRCS has done on the grounds as a result of our partnership in the urban, underserved minority community of Oklahoma City. Oklahoma is the hardest nut to crack. That's all I can say. You know, I'm not going to go down the political lane because that's not my lane. But this gentleman here has not wavered on us either. I give to you Mr. Gary O'Neill, the state conservationist for the state of Oklahoma. G-Man, go ahead.
Hey, thanks, Tammy. Can you guys see me okay?
Yeah, yes, sir, yes.
Okay. Tammy, thanks for inviting me to work and for the board there. I wanted to just reiterate some of the things that Ron had mentioned from NRCS. We are really trying to increase some of our outreach efforts in the areas that Ron had mentioned that the chief is really the priority. So there's some real opportunities with the organization in the area of urban and racial equity justice to help us do a better job and increase some of our outreach efforts. I look forward to working with you, Tammy, on some of those efforts and some innovative ideas on how we can ensure that we're reaching every potential landowner or land operator that might have need for our services. I also wanted to touch on internships and looking for future employees. We've had the opportunity as an agency to expand some of our workforce and we'll continue to do that. So we're always looking for individuals that have an interest in the ag industry for careers in conservation. We have an intern program called Pathways. It's a great opportunity for the agency, but also men and women that have that interest. And we're getting ready as an agency to advertise another round of intern opportunities. Sometime this week, I think, or next week, those positions will be out. That's open for college students that are pursuing a degree in agriculture, but also even high school seniors or juniors that might be looking forward to that next step with a career opportunity. So I really encourage for you all to pay attention and take a look at those opportunities and make sure we get that to all our youth. Like I said, we're great career opportunities within conservation and expanding some of those things. And in Oklahoma, we'll have 6 pathways positions. Looking for an economist position. We're also looking for a soil conservationist and range specialist and a soil science position. So I'll make sure that I have someone send the information, Tammy, to you so you can share that with all your chapters on where those positions will be advertised and how you have to go about applying it. But it's a great opportunity. The program provides a summer opportunity to work, to understand what we do as an agency, and gives us a chance to look at that potential employee, and then to look at us at age to see if it's a fit. And if it does, then there's a position waiting for the individuals once they graduate with that degree. So encourage you to really take a look at that. The other thing I'll mention just a little bit about our agency. In Oklahoma, we have a field office in every county. We have staff there that can provide assistance, and that assistance to landowners, land operators, and forestry producers starts at that local level. And if you need any assistance getting contacts with any office across the country, I encourage you to work with Tammy. Can reach out to the state conservationist or someone in that state to make sure you can access NRCS. We are really pushing hard to try to increase some of our urban conservation and agricultural activities. Tammy mentioned the high tunnels, but there's other opportunities. And I really look forward to some opportunities to work with women in ag on how we can expand that in some of our urban settings. And also climate as well. So I think there's the timing is really good to reach out to your state conservationists. Tammy mentioned state conservationists have a lot of flexibility to partner with different organizations and groups. And we're always looking for different groups to partner with and expand some opportunities. So there's some real ways to do that within your state and where you're located to reach out to that state conservationist and start that relationship. So thank you for inviting me to be part of the program. I have to come and go today, but I wanted to make sure I got on and talked about the organization, the agency under the leadership of Chief Cosby. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Tammy, and again, thanks for the partnership and collaboration that we do here in Oklahoma.
Thank you, Gary. Does this mean we're going to get a new state agreement with Ron on the phone? You know I'll ask. If I don't ask, we won't receive. Okay, awesome. Because we do. Gary's been here to the center. He's seen this is the headquarters. The ultimate goal of National Women in Agriculture, as I tell all the chapter leaders, when the bill passes, because I know this administration is going to make it happen. The goal is to have women in agriculture outreach centers throughout the United States. Therefore, part of this, as the women here have seen, and we'll do a virtual at the end, part of it is the outreach center. Literally, people can walk up, Gary, you've seen them, from this community anytime, call in. We have a hotline, which is a 202 number that's on our website. They could walk in and ask for help. We have a team, and myself, and we also have a welcoming team that's out of Florida. Everything is strategically structured to make sure we are meeting our people of different socially disadvantaged backgrounds where they are. Because a lot of them are intimidated, and I put on Tamika hat for some of them. I have to talk, and then I switch back to Tammy when I have to talk, to make sure that they are understanding that the government, especially the USDA and NRCS, are here to help them. And they drive by and see the high tunnels out there. They ain't never seen them like that in their life in the hood, period. They're so intrigued by it sitting in the middle of their community. And I can honestly say those, we got our second one last year. The first one's been here almost 7 years. I had vandalism one time, and I've never had it since. All I did was put up some signs that this is a federally funded program. And they know I have cameras, and they welcome that. We have the people of the community are able to walk up and actually get their locally grown fruits and vegetables. I had to limit it to one bag. And they got smart on them, and then they started getting big trash bags when I said one bag. See, everybody got game. So then I broke it down and put a sign that has to be from the grocery store type bag. That they're free to get their locally grown fruits and vegetables, but also they are able to see our monarch garden. Our monarch garden is so special to us because you have the butterflies out there, and some of them come in, and I'm old school. I'm like, that's good luck, leave it in here. My young teenage, or she's 19 now, she's scared of bugs. She's a city girl, so she's flipping out. These are things that they haven't seen. We were actually awarded, you all, as a result of NRCS, from the Oklahoma Department of Beautification, Yard of the Month, as a result of the NRCS resources that we have been able to put here in the community. And I thank you because even, Gary, we sit next to 5 schools within a 5-mile radius. Across the street is literally a junior high school. When I say junior high, that's really dear to my heart because that's when we have to start with our children. We're waiting way too late, waiting on the 9th grade or even, trying to talk to them about scholarships and all that. By that time, they've pretty much molded who they are. Literally, I have 13-year-olds who literally have come here with friends and told me they're in a gang. And they have to, protect themselves. And when they see something like this, when they walk in, it's nice, we're welcoming. I even tell them sometimes, y'all want to make some money? You want to make some money? I give $5 to $10, just take out the trash from them sometime. That's how I get them engaged to be a part of our vision, but we want to teach them how to stay in school, make good grades, and be able to go for these wonderful scholarships and jobs that you all offer. A lot of the reason I know that we don't have a lot of participation in the USDA programs, we don't have a lot of scholars. And part of National Women in Agriculture's objectives and missions that we are able to enforce upon our chapter leaders is to make sure that they have the heart, that they care, and they want to see their great-grandchildren be able to be touched by this initiative. I have one daughter. I tell people all the time, she's grown, thank God, she's 25. She went to Spelman, Cherokee Morehouse. She had all the best. So now, in order for me to get into heaven with all my background, I got to make sure that I make some other children have those opportunities. That's very important and dear to my heart. I love children. If you come here, you can see we lay out the red carpet for our babies. And literally, I'm ordering a red carpet because our child care is about to be open. I don't have to run it, thank you, Jesus. We have the commissioner, commissioner, city councilman, Spencer, Oklahoma, Gary. She's coming here to run that. Spencer, yeah, and she's tying in the Spencer community to our agriculture. So it's a wraparound center. Also, the Oklahoma Farmers and Ranchers Association is coming in here to partner and office here as a satellite to help serve this community. So it's a lot of good things and moving parts that are happening here at the headquarters. Again, all of these initiatives are models for national. Anything I do here, and we had it here in person and virtually, because the ultimate goal, if we weren't in the pandemic, all of them were going to come here. We were going to kick off the year right so they could really see it, because we had severe damage due to the storm. You saw that. Thank God for insurance. We were able to come through and redo the whole building, literally gut it out. And when you see it, you're going to be like, ah, that's it. It has definitely a woman's touch, as well as children. When you go back to childcare, everything's about agriculture. We have the farmers market mural. We have the actual murals with them as far as learning about the chickens and everything they know from George Carver is a mural that's on the wall. So they are learning from 6 weeks old all the way up to 18. Our programs take our children. At 6 weeks old, the toddlers, now they'll come out whenever they're ready to walk, but in their playground, as a result of NRCS, we have the whole wraparound raised beds low enough for them to just push a seed in the ground. The goal is for them, everything they put in the ground, they can walk and eat. Everybody knows little people gonna put things in their mouth. So we have a bunch of strawberries, we have a bunch of grapes. I like to have them eat snap peas. We're trying to come into the carrot thing, but we're toying with how we're gonna come up from the ground so they can really pull them. So thank you again, NRCS. I am waiting on Kurt Bradis. He did a text, and I'm not able to see it without my glasses, so my sister have to come and do it. I'm going to move to the agenda. And Kurt, are you here? Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Mm-hmm. We sure do. And Volante right here, we're dropping in there.
Please do that.
Grant.
And I apologize for Ms. Selena Thornton. I'm unable to paste it in there. I'm having a computer issue. So thank you, Ms. Dillon.
Most definitely. We'll do it right now. It's the announcement that Amanda from Florida, if you want to drop it in also, you have it as well. Next up, I'm going for USDA because I'm trying to work. Congress people are calling in their offices, as well as I said at 11:30, I know the White House will be on. So we have like 15 more minutes with that, but I want to make sure that you all meet this next gentleman. Henry Searcy, let me tell you about Henry Searcy. He's a young leader, a young USDA leader from rural development. who started out over in Kenya shop under Pearlie Reed. We met long time ago. Like right when the organization basically came out, maybe a year or two later. I was a thorn in Henry's side, like I'm sure most USDA leaders I can be, especially men. And that's when I like men who like me because that means they're strong and they get it, they respect me and they love me. So I'm always very loving and caring with them once they get me, they understand me. So without further ado, I introduce to you Mr. Henry Searcy, who is the actual coordinator of rural affairs for rural development. And he is working on something, ladies, for us as a national team that only God can make happen from a higher level. Without further ado, I introduce to you Mr. Henry Searcy. Henry?
How you doing, Tammy? How you doing, everybody?
Well, how are you?
Just want to thank you, Tammy, for your due diligence of and your steadfastness for being a true steward. And we actually had work with local communities and coordinating economic development opportunities in the area for which you are residing. One of the main focus that we have would be to identify some of those what we call low-hanging fruit economic development opportunities, which will be the community's comprehensive plan. 2501 projects are part of that plan or should be made a part of that plan. That next step, looking to incorporate some of USDA rural development programs that will be able to take those programs or those projects to the next level. Our main focus in rural development is job creation, and economic development, and job retention. And so one of the things that your projects are doing at the national level, all throughout your different chapters, is proposing an opportunity to engage with local, state, and federal government opportunities that will be able to provide financing at those different levels. I'll give you an example. Some of the projects and programs that have been produced has been one of the biggest challenges is worker housing. And from this process, we've been able to coordinate home worker housing and through an agricultural farmer that is located in that area. They were able to connect to a create that would allow, they had a project that created about 5 jobs, and from there, we were able to build those farm worker housing associated with those 5 jobs in that area as well. So with that, we see that your 25 projects will be the next best to Johnson Beach for clinically underserved communities. We think that this could be a good benefit for clinically underserved communities, and so that's why we work hand in fist with the OPPE 2501 Office of Outreach. So with that being said, I just want to give you, just want to let you know that we're still working and rural development is here. So we look forward to engaging your stakeholders at your specific chapters related to some of the issues specifically for those areas. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. All I could say, you guys, he is the guy that could make some things turn as well on a very high level. The people that are coming to you, a lot of them that are speaking are in Washington, D.C. They work directly with the congressional members or White House liaisons, whatever you want to write. So you're getting the top of the top, and like I say, the cream of the crop, if you will. My actual state rep, I consider very national as well, because we talk, as you can see. And that's the relationship I want with all of you to have with your conservationists, with your rural development, your FSA leaders. And if you don't have it, that's when you reach back to me and I go up to national level and they'll get it right. And you heard from the man I was calling Frank all this time, Zach, that they're in to make sure something good happens and changes, so we don't have the same cycle of going through and not being sustained, and our children being left behind and constantly incarcerated and put in jail. Well, I will go back a little before the White House comes on and reintroduce my brother, my roadie, the leader that is the next generation under myself from NRCS that sits and is over the state of Mississippi. I always call it the Miss. The Miss leader, when I say is the real deal and that should be a mentor to all younger or Afro-American leaders in the USDA with these jobs. Things don't happen without you all making sure they happen for us. We are at the grassroots level, and you wouldn't even imagine what we go through to even keep our bills on and going. All these women and men, because we do have male chapter leaders, as well as I see one from your state, Mr. Jude, who is one of our chapter leaders from Mississippi. Hi, Mr. Jude. They will be, all of them will be able to say hello to you all later on in the actual program. But I introduce to you all Mr. Kurt Radis, who actually looks out for me, who looks out for our children. He has young children, so he gets it, that we cannot increase minority farmers or anyone without women at the table. We cannot actually help save our children without women and grandmas, which we are grandmas, I call us TTs, nanas, mimis, grannies, whatever they call you. We are those people, and he looks at us as his aunties. I'm not your auntie, though. I'm not that old. I'm your sister. Kurt, it's all yours, brother. Thank you for being you.
Morning, King. Conservation service, I will say conservation into Mississippi. Service may be our last, but it's the first priority. I can remember when Dr. Field came.
Yeah. Any of them? Perfect. And the numbers, shows. He's not. What's going on? Thank you very, very much, Mr. Kirk. I call him KR. I want to yield here. I see that she's on the line, and I'm going to let our PR leader from Washington, D.C., she's going to come in a minute because she'll be helping introduce the White House leader that'll be our keynote. Also, while we're waiting on her, I'm going to pull up some different things and stats and different flyers and announcements while she's coming in and the White House get ready to come in for our keynote, and then we will start opening up for the chapters. Well, also, while we're here, I want to take the time to introduce to you all that's here with me setting the Chicago, Illinois chapter leaders. I would like them to say hello. One of them are neighbors with the Obamas, and I'm so grateful because everything happens for a reason and timing. And I'm learning that as I get older. Used to I wasn't patient. Now I'm just like, let me be patient and be still because it just rolls out when you're doing it right. Also, she's our hemp leader. She's our Chicago leader, Chicago, the state of Illinois. When I say she works diligently with her congressman on this issue, Congressman Brown, Dan Davis. I'm sorry, I get congresspeople. I'm going to pass the phone for them to say hello. Our other chapter leader, who's been a ride or die, as we say, Miss Kay Bell. When I say Kay Bell, I just know I could just ring the bell. You hear me? That's all I do is ring the bell. Miss Kay, Texas is on point. She's here. She's been down the halls with us and speaking to Congress members on our initiative, the Minority Women Farmers and Youth Equality and Inclusion Act. We support the Black farmers. We're part of that too, but we are not the Black farmers. We have babies and we're trying to have sustainable funding. We get the fix for a little fix for here and a little fix for there, even the rescue money, which is on a stay. We're talking about forever. What the Smith-Weaver Act provides and has been provided since 1914 for others, youth groups, which is a great group. And I tell you from the bottom of my heart, 4-H is one of the most wonderful groups I have ever seen, well-structured and organized for children, youth. There are very few of us that are in it. Our children are not there. And you say, well, Tammy, why don't you go be a part? You all be a part of 4-H. We have. I personally took my whole team, 8 of us, went to the training to try to become a chapter. The way the funding is structured, it doesn't make it to the grassroots level. We have women that have 4-H groups that wear the title, but they don't give any money to resources to sustain them, to get other people to help them educate our children through STEM and other education, agriculture educations. I want to say hi, like I said, Kay Bell, thank you, from Waco, Texas. I thank you because you've been working on this initiative with me. I'm gonna put the camera on her right now so you can see Bell's mother. I don't know, can you take it to the camera? And when I say we couldn't tell us at her feet, because we know what she's been through, because I know a little bit I have been through as a Black woman. She's still large, at times she's 98 years old, ladies and gentlemen. There's still the Black women. And Bell is taking her memory to Congress, The respect, and that's what she don't put that. This is and that's the way and that we can do this is impossible. And I want to rest and to make sure we have it. So without further ado, I introduce you all Mrs. Simone Jackie from Washington, D.C. Simone, it's all yours. Simone, look right down. Is she on mute still? I think she. I want her to come on because she's been diligent with us with the White House. When I received a sister, right, with us, and she really has. We gave her. She was able to come on to keep us on point and to make sure we deliver the message articulately, clearly, and concise. I'm trying to get on my phone to get on. I am going to take this time to, I just think our new American leadership / culture impact on. We're different. It's not phony, it's not made up. You can pull us up, you can track us. If we were out so much that other, that's how we're moving. There.
Oh, sure.
Okay. There's Julie Smallwood. That's here in Oklahoma with me.
Hi, everybody. It's nice to join you. As Tammy mentioned, I work at Reynolds Community College in El Reno, Oklahoma, and we have a strong Native American presence at our college. And one of the things that I do is I manage a couple of federal grants, and we try to work with tribal leadership, but particularly underrepresented members, even within the tribe. So we focus a lot on who are interested in all forms of agriculture, farming,
Really? Thank you so much, Julie. I appreciate you so very, very much. When I say she's my Native American leader, she seems very, very size of me. And when I say, Julie, I need you to proofread this. She works on the grant team as well.
You're muted.
Okay, hold on. Okay, that's when I have to have these young people with me, guys. I'm getting old. But Julie, thank you. When I say she's the real deal as well, when I call up on her, her mother, she's been going through some trials with her mother, you know, COVID, everything. No matter what, if we need her to proofread a grant or any type of document we're trying to get through, she's so smart and brilliant that it goes to her. It goes there, and then it goes to Auburn University. We have a proofer there that read the big documents. These people you have to have, ladies and gentlemen, you have to have those type leaders on your team, because you're so busy doing the everyday daunting work in the community that you don't have time to catch everything. And so that's the reason we're like calling and recruiting grant writers, a team that we have a committee for that. But this is one of the main ones that also help, as I say, turn the wheel for National Women in Agriculture, our Native American coordinator. Thank you very much, Julie. I appreciate you. Now we will move through the program, and hopefully we have the White House with us. And I will have Simone before, hopefully she's on now. If she's not, and the White House is not on, we'll move to the Congress members back. Like I said, the program is shifting, and we did it that way. I didn't want to put time limits on anything. I didn't want to put times next to anything, because they did get sent to me. We need to be on it this time. We need to be on that time. I had it kind of strategically planned out, and I said, we'll let you in as you come. Program, we want to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to show that they care about women farmers and youth. Okay, now we will move back to the Congress leaders. We have with us first up, Sheila Jackson Lee. I have to make this recognition. Yesterday, she sent in her certification, or actual, how do they call it? Acknowledgement, if you will. It came via FedEx yesterday, and her office should be on shortly, but they did tell us they were on the floor and that they will be, try to get to us as they come forward. They will send a representative, but she is so for us. Our Houston chapter leaders, as well as over in the Texas area, down by Austin, know that they will do some great projects down off in that area. And she supports us, and y'all know she's not scared because y'all see on TV. So that's here with us now. I'm not going to butcher the last name, but I need to get Ms. Vivian Williams. Can you please introduce your Congress members? That's part of our structure for our chapter leaders, to make sure they develop relationships with their leaders of their state to look out for their portion of resources that's coming down the pipeline. Ms. Vivian?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead and introduce your Congressman.
My congressman couldn't get on today, and so he sent a representative, and her name is Ms. Lynn Davis, and she will come on now. She works with him out of the Tennessee office, and I think it's out of the Tennessee office. And so she will come on now, and she will represent Ms. Lynn Davis.
I know, in this environment, we do the best we can with what we have. We appreciate, if we could come back, is she there? Hey, can you unmute her? She's on, just inbox her. If not, I'm gonna go back to Simone and then switch back. Simone, are you here with? Simone, there you are. Who is it? She's on mute. Can you go ahead. We'll go ahead and let Ms. Vivian, can you introduce your person, and then we'll get on, and then Simone, I'd like you to come on. Go ahead, Ms. Vivian.
This is Lynn Davis, and
She's unmuted, so I don't know what, maybe she's just having technical difficulties. Because she's unmuted on our end.
Let's see it right there, but, Lynn, are you on?
Maybe that's her. She could talk through there.
Thanks for coming tonight. Dan?
Are there any other people?
Yeah, please.
If not, Simone, can you go ahead and start talking about what we've been doing and what you've been doing for the organization while they're trying to work out the technical difficulties down there in Tennessee? Okay, go ahead, Simone, while they're trying to get. My assistant, you're not showing him on. The White House has not come on yet. He gave me the time. I have my assistant going to try to call him, but you go ahead and talk about what we've been doing and working with him.
For funding for minority and women farmers. So, we've had interest with certain journalists from television to print, and we're gonna continue to be able to try to establish that. We just have to be.
Is she on here? Nina? Nina Womack, is she on here? From California, yes.
I just wanted to make a point that I was listening to Congresswoman Cori Bush. She was on CNN on Monday morning, and it was about talking about funding, and it was interesting about having this, what Biden is trying to pass, these different finances and the billions that everyone is disagreeing on. And it was interesting to say, don't think of it as doing it over the course of 10 years. Be able to and voting is going to oversight these small organizations. Make a very strong impact on the community. So I think we need to address that. Don't look at it in such an expensive way. Your call has been forwarded to a
Simone,
farmers, and their difficulty, they use their own money to be able to finance this organization. That's why it's really so we need it more than ever.
Simone, could you speak to the charter side of it when you said in order for funding to come straight to our organization, you did some research as, you know, to confirm my research, because, you know, I'm one of those people from my legal background, I have to make sure I'm speaking facts. And Simone has gotten also emails that I've received directly from how the money flows directly to the USDA and then actually given to the 1890s. And you got the percentage breakdown and all that good stuff about, we found out about who's chartered or has there ever been. Okay.
To find, give me a second.
Okay. Well, I could help you out. You had did and kind of confirmed that there has never been a Black organization chartered ever in America's history. And can you confirm that? And then that 6% of the 300 million that comes through the Smith-Lever Act, and I need to go because Will is calling me, but go ahead.
Also giving statistics of percentages are killed and because of your program.
Simone, also joining Simone, we have another PR firm that has joined us. And I'm going to bring them on. And the goal is for you all to work collectively because they have some great ideas also, Simone, to help you. Also, the White House just called me. You all, I told you, I am so keyed and going 1,000 directions trying to make this come off as clear and professional as possible. They are scheduled to be on 12:30 their time, Eastern time. So that's the disconnect. I was looking at my, clock here on the computer that, it was 11:50. It's 11:50 now. So in a few minutes, the White House will come out. We'll keep going through the agenda, which is a great thing. I just got the phone Simone with Will, and he will be on. And my apologies, you guys. I've had so many email me in telling me different times. There again, back to resources. If I had an operations manager to help Tay and I, because that's all I have is my baby from this community that was 12 years old and lived by my side and came through our programs, and we invested in her. And now she's my executive assistant. I call her my walking testimony success story because she just finished her basic training with the United States Army. She went through that training where that's a whole different story, and I'll let her give that testimony when that time comes. What the organization was able to do for her, and now she's able to mentor younger ones up under her. She gets it while we were on her time. I want to take the time to introduce our new PR firm. that is so on fire and ready to get on. I hope he's here as well as Shante. Are you here? Hold on, Simone, I'm gonna make sure he's on. Simone, do you have anything else to add?
Which is really disturbing number, but that only. Talked about, and it's no. Is that, there was. To be able to look
Okay. That's exactly what we wanted to read, and we have put that inside of the agenda. If you want to get a further and closer look at that, you could scroll down to, it was, well, we're asking you all for help after the NAA. It's on the third page, middle, NAA Urban Headquarters Farm Tour. It's right after that actual paragraph. We also had back on the first page, if you will, go back. You could read right there where it says all about the Smith-Lever Act and what Simone has just told you all about. It's also something you can Google. So it's just that I don't know why God gave me the vision or had me to go and look at this and drill down and research it. But I knew that there was a disconnect somewhere in our cultures in America. While there are so many inequities as far as children, we have a set of children that are constantly being killed, and they are building prisons when they, in the third grade, they start building prisons based on our little boys' education level, if they can read and write. Knowing in Title I schools, our teachers are overwhelmed because our kids are coming to school with all type of issues, not to mention food insecurity issues with not being properly getting the proper nutrition. This is troublesome to me. And before I get off earth, and I'm hoping in November that we will be speaking to the White House Policy Council, but I'm gonna let them speak to that, to try to get the president to help us. Because Congress members, we've gone through that road, and I don't want to take the actual leadership, our women and men that are leaders, back down that road. Because that's a very, very hard road to keep going back and forth, traveling with resources we really don't have, because we work on a fraction of what other youth groups get. And that, as you heard from Simone's research, since 1914. So if we choose to settle for just rescue money, just grant money, and go through that daunting process, not to continue participating in those USDA programs, because those programs, it's still the funding has to go through USDA. It has to go through NIFA. But in order for the money to come directly to our organization, I had reached out, and Simone could vouch, to work with our 1890s. I'm one of those people, I try to go through the proper channels, unquote. I did an actual briefing luncheon. I was their speaker to talk to them about being a part of this initiative with us. So therefore, the money will come through them, our 1890s, and we wouldn't have to be charged. I'm gonna leave that right there. I'm gonna leave that right there. Yes, ma'am, please go ahead. Yes, please.
2019. Black children in 2019. Followed by American Indians, then Alaskan Natives. There are 11%. That's a lot. Boys are more likely than girls to die in gun homicide. Black boys were 18 times more likely to be killed in gun homicides. And the last one is
nobody ever gave them the link.
there are 45,000 of 2019 juvenile offenders. That is more than what the 1,773 juvenile detentions that currently exist. So it's really a horrific number. I wanted to be able to share.
You all, thank you, Simone. We have done our work. So you see, we're not going just talking and a bunch of just women running around crying. This is serious, you all. And if you are a minority, especially, I don't understand how you couldn't get behind this. If you're a minority, men, women, you're still akin to someone that could have the help. I'm sure someone in your family has children that are suffering and they're up at night praying that they get home safe. I know we all pray for our children, but it really bothers me when I see leadership at those high levels that are not trying to see us or hear us. So what I have done is reached back to the actual chairman of the Ag Committee who brought us to the table. That was Mike Conway. Mike Conway out of Texas is a tall white male that know business and know how to make sure this country should be equal to me. It's a business deal or whatever it may be. The respect was there, and the idea that he saw, he followed us to Michigan. It wasn't even his state to where we were hosting our symposium. We put out there, as we do, as you guys know, and you know, through our actual network systems and platforms, we put it out there that we were having this event, people register, so forth and so on. And of course, we invite all legislators. He was the main one, his office answered. He didn't send his assistant. He came over to Michigan and made sure that he spoke to the people and saw our little brown faces with our babies and said, I want to help. And he made sure that we were introduced to Congress during that time, the Obama administration. We went up back and forth to DC for a while to actually on the Hill there. We split up. Each woman in each state went to her congressional leaders in her state. Of course, we tried to talk to our Black Caucus leaders, and they are great leaders. However, I think, and this is where I'm going with PR and all that, maybe we're not articulating it right. Maybe we don't have the right formula to get to them. So I have to go back, reevaluate it. Let's go through PR people to make it happen. And that's how PR people got involved. Because us, when I say us Black females, as Michelle Obama said, we are overlooked or looked at that we do not exist in America. And this organization is a true confirmation, if you will, that here you are, have the largest minority nonprofit women in agriculture organization in the world. Nothing in the world has ever been established. And I'm not even looking at me, because like I tell them, I love staying under the radar, because I don't like to be bothered. I'm older and I'm like, just give me my peace. But when it comes to children, I am going to speak, I am going to do the work, and I'm going to respect you all as my sisters, as my brothers that are in leaderships across the nation, to make sure that you have opportunity to make sure to save our babies. Because you heard the stats. And it takes a heart or a cold heart, a no heart, to do nothing at this point. So if you have Congress members that you feel will come on, as we made it part of our compliance, that November 8th, I put it back on there. You have Congress members that will come on and get on this initiative, please have them contact us. Because this is going to the White House where we're trying to go first. And how that's going to be framed is I'm gonna let the White House talk about it. Because there are some channels we have to go through before we talk to the main man, our president, before we get to the first lady, Madam Vice President. There are some channels and some structure, organizational structure that we have to go through to get to that level. But I just know when this president see this and hear this, since 1914, that's crazy. And our organization has been the only organization to bring it to the forefront. And I'm not going to shut up about it because it's not fair that you have one group of children being groomed, being educated, all the opportunities laid at their feet. Our babies, they build in jails to put them in at the 3rd grade if they can't read and write. Well, they can't because they're in Title I schools and they don't get the top of the top education. Their mamas are without the daddies. Their daddies are incarcerated because something wasn't done for them to keep them out of jail. So if we don't urgently make this happen, ladies and gentlemen, we will diminish. We will diminish as a Black race. It's life or death. It's just that cut and dry. And we have we have a team to help you, as you see. Here I have Tay. I have a couple of people I hire as contractors to come in to help with cleaning, to help with the gardens. I give them jobs. But I have to have resources to hire people to do things that we can't even get to. I'm running her ragged every day, trying to help me get out flyers, information to you all. If we don't get this bill across and introduced, and it's not passed, everything about equality, justice, inclusion is a lie. And they're playing with y'all. They're not playing with me because I'm not of that generation. I mean, when I say y'all, people who think it's okay and don't do anything about it, I should go back and correct myself. It's not, if you don't do anything about it, that's on your shoulders. I try. And I will continue to do the little grant thing and go for the cooperatives. That's not going to sustain us. Because every 4 years, there's a different administration. And different people walk a different walk and have a different talk. And it's just who we are as a people. Yeah, exactly. Again, ladies, I am going to stop, and gentlemen, and let us move through the agenda until Will gets on. I'm getting ready now to start to introduce I'm going to skip over our actual board members. They're listed. One of them texted in our president, and some of you know our president that, I mean, on a chapter level as well as a USDA level. Destiny Carson is our president. She was here yesterday. She spoke to the ladies and gentlemen when we were doing our chapter leadership training, our annual chapter leadership training. We did the training so there was no excuse that nobody didn't know what was going on or left behind. So where everybody's ready to go now at the beginning of the year. With all of our chapter leaders that are present, we're going to go through the actual whole from Alabama all the way through Wisconsin. We're going to have them introduce themselves and just give a minute or two of what you do in your community. Therefore, our legacy is real. We're everywhere. When I say everywhere, and I'm very thankful, 35 chapters in counting. The goal is to have all 50 states. And that's up to you all, how you outreach and you know people in different areas, because numbers bring power. Try to do it by yourself and number one. We will start with Alabama. Are you on the line? Alabama chapter leaders. None of them are here. We have two that are college leaders from Auburn University and Underwood University. We have, and with Underwood, I know for a fact that she may or may not be here, but she has brought on a partnership out of California. You all, that's nationwide. And if they're not here, we'll try to get them on later so you can hear, because we were trying to unveil it yesterday, but she had went to the hospital. She got sick. Dr. Bryant, keep her in your prayers. She has COVID, her and her husband. They have some great programs down there in Alabama. Sherry, you all heard from Sherry yesterday. Sherry does our collard green. Sherry also sits on our actual finance committee. Sherry does business over in Dubai. She has a collard green, frozen collard green project that goes all over the United States, and she runs that. She helps me a lot. She brought forward our attorney, our corporate attorney that sits on our team. I'm not sure if he's on, and you ladies have to help me that's sitting here to see if these people are on as far as the attorney and different board members and certain ones, because I'm just going to move quickly through our list. No one from Alabama. Our next state is there someone here from Alabama? If you're here, you're gonna have to speak up and just jump in. We're just, the next state we have, and she'll pull it up and put it out there, the actual chairwomen, so you can see them also. Florida. Florida, I know they're here. I'm sorry, California, Nina here. Oh, wonderful. Nina, from California. We're going in alphabetical order. You all, this lady is so bomb. I'll let her tell her story. Nina.
My name is Nina Womack from California. I am the chairwoman of the California chapter of the National Women in Agriculture. Right now, what we're focusing on
This.
We also have a small component of agriculture. Los Angeles is an urban city, so I am trying to ramp that up more and, would be looking for some kind of support from the USDA to increase agriculture in California, specifically in Los Angeles. We do education, definitely nutrition education, and very, very heavy on recovery and distribution. And then also working with Dr. Tammy, we recently opened up a headquarters of National Women in Ag in Nigeria. And the it's called the International Women for Equitable Farming. And that is the division of the National Women in Agriculture. So with that, we will be educating African women and youth farmers in agriculture, and especially with modern technology such as aquaponics and vertical farming and things of that nature. So I'm just happy to be a part of this wonderful organization and to work with Dr. Tammy. I'm also lined up a radio interview for Dr. Tammy and I in the next couple of weeks out here, and I'll be setting up some newspaper interviews and so forth so we can get this message out about the National Women in Ag and the work that we're doing and promoting equitable farming for all. Thank you.
Nina, could you tell them what radio station that is going to help us get the message out? I'm so excited. I want Simone to hear it since I missed the
Sure,
essence.
we're going to be on Travis Smiley's talk radio station. If you guys know Travis Smiley, he's a national radio host and personality, and he has now purchased his own radio station for $7 million. It's a major FM radio station, and so it's a progressive Black Talk radio station, 24 hours, and we will be on one of the shows that is hosted by Dominique Suprema. She's a well-known radio host, African American woman. So we will be on Dominique Suprema's show talking about the National Women in Ag.
Thank you so very much. Thank you, Nina. Nina, as I told you, Mr. Kurt Redis, he is the real deal from Mississippi. He just said, make sure you contact Carlos Serreras, the state con in California, which I will drop here in the chat, but you know, I'll get it to y'all, copy and paste and send it by text. I have something to tell you, already working with California as well on that state level. Thank you very much.
Like Dr. Kelly has said, and everybody said today, we're losing our black farmers. Believe it or not, Los Angeles County in California used to be a major agricultural hub like in the early 1900s. It's going down, you know, especially with our black farmers. And so my mission out here is to encourage people to, hey, you know, resources and provide for our people.
Thank you, Nina. Our next chapter leader is coming from Colorado. Colorado, Miss Jean, are you there? She might be in a meeting. She's a very busy woman, and I know they get on here and they have to go away, but we'll come back and hopefully she'll jump on when she comes back active. Moving on to Florida, as you all can see, we're from California to Florida, literally, and everything in between. This young lady, you all, she sits on the national team. She's our welcoming committee coordinator. She makes sure that people are welcomed in the actual chapter establishment process. She helps me with the incorporation side of it, making sure they're properly incorporated. We go back, she makes sure everything's filed with the Secretary of State to make sure we're able to go do business in their state correctly under the name. Florida Women in Ag. She has so many great initiatives in Tampa, Florida. She works in Miami area. I was down there a couple of weeks ago. I was blown away. And there are so many women and children that was just in awe that we brought USDA resources to them. Miss Amanda Edwards. I don't know what's going on with them. You could text her.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead, Amanda.
In one of our gap between we have collaborated with FAMU. We're collaborating with a few other like youth farms to make sure that we are intentful in our approach. And number next, we also have another program that we recently just had incorporated for our nonprofit status, where we're providing rehabilitation services as well as providing holistic revitalization for those with disabilities, veterans who suffer from PTSD, so on and so forth. So in doing so, we're utilizing agriculture as the therapy, whether it's the equine therapy, so on and so forth. And we're actually in the process of running our new headquarters to manifest this vision. So that's a brief synopsis of what my chapter is involved in there.
Thank you so much, Amanda. I don't think that FAMU leadership is here. We have Faith as well as the other young lady, Julia. I've been working with them for some time now at FAMU, the 1890. They're actually one of the main 1890 universities who has reached out, as I say, and say, we want to make sure this is an intentional project. And it's done correctly, and they want to be a part of the initiative. So FAMU, Florida, thank you very much, Amanda, for being you. Our next chapter leader, she's sitting right here. She is as beautiful, you guys, in person as she is on the picture. And when I say these women from Chi-Town are so classy, when I walked in this morning, I was like, okay, y'all are truly agribusiness. Miss Doreen, I'm sorry, she's gonna kill me. She here? I'm not sure if she's on because I know she was in an expo there in Georgia. Yay! I'm sorry, my sister. You guys, Noreen is one of the actual we call OGs in National Women in Ag. She has she brings on all type of people. They're in her community in Georgia. She sits in the actual district of the chairman, David Stott. We have been to his office many years ago, and we're in touch with his office. Yeah. So without further ado, Miss Noreen, it's all yours, sister.
Thank you so much. Excited to be a part of this work. I did this work even if there was nothing doing this work.
Bless you.
You can go to our Facebook page and just see all the placement. But we are working with our different schools and our valley students. House that empty and began to work in it and the agri teams. And now we are Arizona leave here and some they go into the military. And pass on that. We do have we have a senior project, we have a project, a zero life center, and also a demonstration of that. There's so much that we're doing. We're excited that we will be doing this training for the farmers, those that are want to begin and establish for their business. These are the things I'm so happy to have more.
Thank you very much, Noreen, for all that you do. As you said, you are that sister that go and find our babies. She went into the Georgia Title I schools and did this work, basically volunteer. We had a few pennies to help, but it was nothing compared to what she could have done if she had an assistant or two by her side. But she was able to go in there, and actually they developed a position for her at the Title I school where she had an office. She went in and revamped their actual their greenhouse. It was just awesome. I appreciate her so much. If you all are ever in Atlanta area, you have to go see their project on the West End. We have an environmentalist on our team. Wow. I wish she was on here. I love her so much, and she works with Miss Noreen. Miss Noreen is the leader. She has a hemp leader. You guys heard she was our motivational speaker, Alexis, yesterday. She's also in Miss Noreen's chapter. When I say this lady, I look at her and I would say, Miss Noreen, you're gonna have to train my mom and them and come and like, we're gonna break out to that, where we're gonna have a team that will train seniors how to move and groove how she does, to stay active. Thank you, Miss Noreen. We now, Okay, you all, I have to pause before we go, but I am gonna let our Florida, I have Plasket's office here, so we're gonna just kind of switch gears. Okay. We will pause here because one of the Congress members have just came on, as well as our newest chapter in the Virgin Islands, and they have committed to hosting our training retreat. When the bill, or if you want to say a celebration training retreat, when the bill is passed, we will be hosting an event in the Virgin Islands. So without further ado, I introduce the fierce, and I know you all know who this congresswoman is. She's around my age, and I look up to her. Miss Stacey Plaskett, Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett. Mr. Cletus, are you there? Make sure. Mr. Cletus, Virgin Islands, Stacey Plaskett's office. I don't know, guys. Hold on. We'll come back when he's able to get in. I don't know what's going on with the connections with our Congress members. It's not on our side. Please know that. They got to unmute themselves. I'll have her try to call them and get them on. So we'll move on through the agenda with our next leaders. As I said, from Chicago, Illinois, over our Illinois chapter, they're connected and neighbors with the Obamas. And I'm going to say that because I have actually begged her, please do whatever you can do so we can let the Obamas know what happened under the administration, but was never brought to the forefront for whatever reason. But it wasn't the time, and this is the time. Without further ado, I introduce to you Mrs. I have to say it like because her name, because she shows everything of Debbie Allen, the actual actress Debbie Allen. When I saw the name, you all, when I say a jewel, she flew in with her co-chapter leader. She was like, I have to come, I want to see, and I welcome Miss Debbie Allen and her co-chair.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. The first thing I'd like to say is I'm honored to be here, and I'm also honored to be in the company of such great leaders. And there's one thing I also want to mention, that true leaders aren't born, they're grown. And I'm just so happy to be here growing with all of you. The first thing that I just want to mention quickly, it won't be long, but I want to mention our act to nationalize the National Women in Agriculture Association through the Cooperative Extension System, a partnership of the National Institute of Food and Agriculture with the United States Department of Agriculture. And the one thing and the most important purpose of this act is to establish NWIAA as an independent private sector partner to the Cooperative Extension System. Dr. Steele has worked so hard, along with a lot of the chapter leaders through the years, to make this a reality. And at this particular time, we are asking, we're demanding, because it's the right thing to do, for the Biden administration to recognize NWIAA as the Women Farmers and Youth Development Program of our nation's cooperative extension and the USDA for underserved communities where 4-H and FFA programs are not established and/or available in our communities. I ask you guys to continue to fight the good fight, and through prayer, through hard work, through determination, let's count this as a victory, a 2021 victory to establish NWIAA as part of the cooperative, as a partner, in the cooperative extension system of the United States of America. It's long overdue. Thank you. And I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Natasha Neptune, I'm also from Illinois. And just some of the things that we've just been working on in terms of outreach and putting our mission and purpose in action. And just leveraging our community connections with our urban gardens and these underserved communities, volunteering, building up these relationships with like the University of Illinois, DePaul University, the University of Illinois in Chicago, and really just being present and developing relationships with various municipalities that are in underserved communities who are looking and seeing, like you guys are with the women in National Women in Agriculture Association, what's that all about? And the interest from these municipalities that have these food deserts, lack economic opportunity, and in talking to us, just trying to understand all the possibilities and opportunities that we can do to help transform our communities. You know, building those relationships, and also with our clergy, trying to get some of our youth involved in seeing the potential opportunities that we have to uplift our communities. And I cannot echo enough of just working with your legislators, knowing who they are, contacting them, and just helping them sometimes understand the value in the legislation and what impact that it can have. And I'd like to acknowledge some of the members that we do have online, and we will be working on building up our membership in the state of Illinois. We just know that it is imperative at this time and place to just work on all these things that have impacted our community. And I'm just excited to be able to participate and listen to all the tremendous work that everyone has done. And I'm just really grateful to be here. And I look forward to us making this change, you all. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And thank you for coming here. I know it costs to get here and to come in and be a part in what you all did. You all actually you all drafted the bill in Illinois. I want to give you the thank you from the bottom of my heart, because Ms. Deborah Allen said, I got you. I said, you know, we have the charter. It's already in draft. We got that done. That's been done for years, because we've been taking it and showing it to Congress members. Here, it's done. We just need a sponsor to help us. And it didn't happen, but then, yes. And then Illinois, God sent her, and she was like, I got you. She says, I'm here. I had the actual, we have the shell now, we call the actual template, you know, it could be tweaked however you want to, but we had a tangible document in hand. We have the bill in full-blown written form and the charter. So we're just ready. Whenever they're ready to see us and put their stamp on it, I told them, I don't care if they're Black, white, Native American, Asian, whoever wants to help make history with us, we want them to take our work and go all the way to the top.
Can I just add one thing?
Miss Debbie, okay, yes.
And just one thing I just want to add and mention to everyone here on our call is in May, I think it was May of 2008, that Smith-Lever Act was amended, but it was amended through public law. Please, let's contact Washington, D.C., our representatives in Congress. NWIAA should be given partner cooperative extension status through public law. Let's fight for it.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Thank you. Thank you so much. Like I said, you know what, everything. Yes, ma'am. Do you want to go ahead and introduce the White House leader? You all, I'm so thankful for you.
And hopefully our cheerleaders continue and get it out there and reach them.
Please.
Their application, this was a commitment from the president,
Yes. Well, I am so appreciative, and I know you get so sick of me, but I was trained the squeaky wheel gets the oil. I can't even help that because that's just the way God designed me and how dear this initiative is to my heart for underserved children. Simone, could you kind of just run back and recap what you gave the people with Will Hear as far as the stats and why we are seeking help from the White House because we have worked with Congress members for almost 10 years and no one paid minority women any attention on behalf of our children. And just kind of run back the stats that you gave the people, if you could do that for us, please. And then I'll have Miss Deborah Allen from Chicago, Illinois, our Illinois chapter, to come back on to speak about the bill that they drafted for us. And then also the percentage breakdown with the Smith-Lever Act that left us out since 1914. Thank you very much, Simone. I'm going to now, will let you speak to our Illinois chapter leader. That chapter is responsible with working with Congressman Davis. And I will now give it to Ms. Deborah Allen to speak to you regarding the charter in bill. Ms. Allen.
Okay, thank you. Okay, again, I just want to reiterate, pretty much, our mission to advance agriculture in underserved communities, the environment, human health and well-being, and by supporting education, research, extension programs at land-grant universities, and other organizations that we at NWIAA partner with. Our areas of involvement span across biological, physical, social sciences related to agriculture research, economic analysis, statistics, higher education, and then of course, again, extension. NWIAA funding should be from congressionally directed funding, competitive grants, and formula grants. To nationalize the National Women in Agriculture Association through the Cooperative Extension System, which is now in a partnership of the National Institute of Food and Agriculture within the USDA. And just a little bit of history, I don't know if a lot of people are, but in I think that was pretty much 2009, it was dissolved and the superseding agency became NEFA. And prior to that, it was the Cooperative State Research, Education, and Extension Service. That was the governmental agency. Again, the act may be cited as the Women Farmers and Youth Equality Inclusion Act of 2021. We're asking, and it was promised to us, President then-elect Biden promised to eliminate the barriers of entry to agriculture for minorities, which include women, people of color, children, for just the years, long years of discriminatory practices by the United States Department of Agriculture. What we're asking is not unreasonable. It's not heard of. And I know earlier we spoke regarding the history of the Smith-Lever Act of 1914, and we stated that it had never been amended, and yes, it has been amended. It was amended in 2008 by, like I said, public law, and that was to include the Hispanic. It was the Hispanic serving college and universities as part of the cooperative, part of the serving agriculture college and university, part of a cooperative agreement. We're asking for a cooperative agreement so that we can eliminate food deserts in our community. We can train, teach, guide our children in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And all of us here know that mathematics is key to the world. To every single thing that's connected to everything, it includes mathematics. Training our kids, and I know all of you know this, and it's just almost like beating a dead horse. is our kids are brilliant. They're brilliant, and when given the same equitable,
Opportunity.
not equal, equitable opportunities as every other child in America, we excel beyond measure. And I hope you understand my passion. I hope you all can feel it, but it's personal, it's passionate, that we fight to recognize NWIAA as the Women Farmers and Youth Development Program of our nation's cooperative extension system and the USDA for underserved communities. Again, I'll reiterate where 4-H and FFA programs are not established. I can travel to North Lawndale, which is the west side of Chicago. I can travel to the south side of Chicago. We can travel to probably every urban city in the United States of America. And there are certain things that our kids just are not privy to that they should be privy to. And I stated yesterday, I am part of the 4-H program. I lived in rural Indiana, and I couldn't imagine where I'd be. Some of the skills that I've learned and I've retained over the years, cultivating, growing, the different programs that NWIAA can provide to the communities, master programs. There's the hip hop producers for our young. We can teach our young children how to monetize their inventions. They're very innovative, they're very creative, and as a nation, as the people, as women in this country, we owe it. We owe it to our children to be a success and to provide just basic opportunities and needs. And again, to empower socially disadvantaged women in rural and urban America to gain available local and federal resources, utilizing the bonds that emerge from sisterhood. The purpose is to educate, develop, and provide networking opportunities for all women, to provide vital opportunities for rural urban communities, to equip for tomorrow while engaging in today, and make investments in society which will move the United States toward a more sustainable future. The integration of ideas and strategies gained in corporate America with the abilities and potential of women in rural and urban communities, which significantly impact essential growth by assisting through sustainable agricultural development and equitable allocation of resources. And we're asking all of our esteemed guests from all of the federal agencies there in Washington, DC, please pick up a torch, join our fight. Join our fight. This is a game changer, and this is also life-changing from all the children in underserved communities. It's vital, and I thank you. I thank you for your time.
Well, I want to also take this time to acknowledge that in this room, we have the oldest minority or Black woman farmer in America that is still doing agriculture. So I want to, and for her to be talking to someone from the White House right now in person. They traveled from Waco, Texas. Her daughter, Kay Bell, is the chapter leader. And I want to make sure that Ms. Kay Bell speaks, because she takes care of her mother and keeps her engaged. But we lay petals at her feet today, because this is a historical moment for us, that you took the time at the White House. See, we've been there before, and we call it part of the system that basically uses us to keep the funding going. And we don't want to be a part. We want to receive assistance, as I told you, since 1914. We talked to Congress, and the only way our Congress members will move is if the White House helps or steps in. Also, we have actually been able to drill down and see and be a part of 4-H and FFA, because those are magnificent programs. I love them. I mean, literally, we're not even going to revamp them. We're going to adopt their curriculum because every child should be involved in that. However, the money, as I told you before, does not make it to the grassroots levels, and it will not. And we can't afford to volunteer. Most of our leaders are trying to keep the lights on, and let alone can't even have an assistant because we don't have the resources like other organizations to groom and educate their children. So I would like to give this time again to yield to Ms. Kay Bell, and I'm going to move the camera to recognize her beautiful, our queen, ag queen, her mother. Okay.
Thank you. And speak. But we have lost our purpose. And also, diseases have taken over our lives, and we are living illness of all types. We have not gone back to the earth. And I know it takes money to do that. And so I'm thankful for Dr. Ken Steele, who is passing the bill passed for national agricultural. I'm about that. And I know she got a Congress recovery. I don't think I have to go in there, but I'm just elated to know that we have a try with her all the way to the state to make sure that happens. So I think Congress for being that leader of Congress. We want some other leaders, just like Congress, that way to step in and support us the same way, that we can get this passed, that we'll have funds to do all types of programs that's gonna open up opportunities for our children. I listened to Dr. Steele say that they already have set up some of the third grade testing. How many tests those state tests is the those who fail the already have are gonna be in the system. Well, in WIA, it's probably the cabinets that's gonna change that. We're gonna start programs in third grade to begin garden, to begin to know all the things about vegetables. And not only that, I'm gonna be in WIA.
We are. Oh, bless you. I want you to introduce your mother. Make sure the camera's on.
Let's go to the Lord.
98.
There you go.
Somebody's phone is not muted. Will, as you can see, we have 35 chapters nationwide. So we have soldiers on the ground, ready, that's already doing the work the best they can, but it could be so, as Ms. Allen said, it could be so much better. And we could save so many lives because our initiative does 5 major poverty issues. It actually, one, it eradicates food desert issues. 2, as Ms. Bell say, it provides economic development, green jobs. 3, it's a recruiting agent to the 1890s or land-grant colleges, 1862s, 1890s, Native American colleges, whatever it may be. 4, we also will actually have be able to increase the minority farmer count. That's all we hear about. We're down to 1% and going down. We will be distinct, or if we don't actually get this taken care of. And 5, and most importantly, we will have saved children or minority lives that's being gunned down either by the police or each other.
Right.
Those are 5 major poverty issues that we check off. And we have foot soldiers on the ground that's been, as you can see, trained. We had a long all-day training yesterday that we drilled down on USDA programs to make sure, and we lean on USDA as our main partner because NRCS is the main one who's kept us, sustained us, and made sure we had a cooperative agreement to keep going. That was the only thing that we had. I have Mr. Michael Jett that would like to say something. I want to make sure I give people opportunity while you're on here. I don't know your time frame, so if you could please, Michael Jett is this powerful partner that's coming on. All I could say, and I'm so glad he came on while you were here, it's going to change the dynamics when I go out to California. Mr. Jett, go ahead, please.
Yeah, let me ask Will, what's Will's,
Yes. Time
frame?
I'm actually late for another 1 o'clock meeting, but if we can
One more.
keep it brief. Mr. Jett, I have a quick question for Mr. McGinty as well, please. Okay, and I'll keep this fairly brief. One, I want to thank everybody for this forum. This has been quite powerful. I can't remember another time that I've heard such candidness when it comes to in supply chain and agriculture. We do know that the biggest issue facing us right now, domestic, when it comes to on the international stage, is also our supply chain. Supply chain, if we don't solve the supply chain issue shortly, what we'll end up facing, and I think there might be someone that's not on mute. I'm hearing a lot of
Please mute your phones. This is a very important moment.
When it comes to supply chain, that's actually quite resolvable right here in America. And that is through agriculture. When we look back on the historical precedents of America and the finances, it all comes back down to agriculture. And we have a ton of willing participants willing to be right there, be the main resource.
Mr. Jett, before you go, can you tell who you're with and what you're wanting to do, what you told us? I mean, how what we're about to do?
Yeah. Okay, I'll be more than happy. So I'm working with one of the and
Can you tell what is CPG? Someone asked, and then we're gonna have to do Dr. Floyd.
a lot of times you're working.
Okay.
And we realize that government is on what they can do. And industry, many reasons. So, to reach by 2030, that's not that far away. So, being that we know that we have but we need participants, what they ask is, and is that government
Okay, Mr. Jett. I was just trying to get the point across, and we appreciate you. I'm just elated that you have come to the forefront, and Kroger has asked. We want to make sure they understand that you are bringing National Women in Agriculture in collaboration, and I am to shadow. You said your COO with Kroger to help. Is this correct? So that's a great partnership, and we were going to unveil that to you all. Kroger has picked us up, so that's some more momentum to get what we need to try to get this bill done. Lastly, I have to have Dr. Floyd say something. He's on our finance team. He's over our hemp program down in Nashville, Tennessee. He's worked. I've been to his Title I schools with, we call them our little cousins that he's over, and they drive us crazy. And Dr. Floyd from Tennessee, please say something.
Mr. McGinty, my comments and my question brief because I respect your time another meeting. My question is this. I understand that of congressional legislation, that for and would you be willing to and then
And that's the point, Mr. Corey, to Dr. Corey. We're gonna let Mr. Will go. Mr. Will, we thank you, and this is a side conversation that we'll try to set up again with our actual leadership committees to work with you on furthering that conversation and what we can do to get the White House to help us get Congress to see our bill urgently. That's the whole point. And I know he would look so handsome with all these beautiful brown ladies in pink around the president. And he would be able to commence history that has never been done before by chartering an organization, a Black organization that has never been chartered in American history, and making sure women, so he has a twofold theme that he will be leading into his initiative to Build Back America. That's his initiative. I know that we could help him do that. Thank you so much for your time. I know you have to go. Simone, I defer to you to close it out with him. Simone, you want to close it out? You're on mute.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
We look forward to all right. We look forward to
Yes, honey. Thank you. You're the key, Will. We put all that on your shoulder. Thank you so much. Thank you.
board, but I think everyone was most informative. I mean,
Yes.
informed him of a lot more initiatives.
Yes, ma'am.
I saw him writing down information. So.
I think we nailed it. I want to go ahead, Simone, to finish up to give our chapter leaders an opportunity to introduce what they do in their states, because these ladies are true troopers, foot soldiers that do the work and have the actual tenacity, the heart. It's not tenacity, it's the heart to do this daunting work for our children and for future generations. Like I tell people, don't look at me or look at the women, look beyond your offsprings. We're doing work for your offsprings. I know you have grandchildren, nieces, all those people that won't even have a chance if this is not happening right now. With the next up, I am going to bring in Kentucky. Are you here? Kentucky. Miss Nancy Dawson. She's always in the field. I see Dr. Eric. I know Mary Bolton, but I gotta go back to Georgia real quick. I told you all about an environmentalist that has been overlooked that's on our team. And I say, I didn't get your resume and CV sent in also, because we just got told by NRCS that we could go for a national funding, and we want you on the environmental team. Miss Erica, would you like to say a few words to tell about your project there on the West End and that beautiful center you have?
Yes, I'm so excited and just grateful to have found a home. Folks who look like me, who like to play in the dirt. It has been an amazing journey since joining the Georgia chapter of the National Women in Ag Association, which was just the gateway to the national chapter, right? And it has been an amazing journey for us to stand in solidarity and partnership as we move forward the Women and Children's Inclusionary Act, which is such a critical piece. So much of this work does end at that policy piece. And so grateful that you all are thinking about this policy. And as we move forward, the policy is so important that we remember enforcement, right? Policies are only as good as the tools that are used to enforce it. Mechanism comes in just holding our representatives accountable for either the lack thereof or for what they are doing. To be a part. We in Atlanta are doing some amazing things. Partnered with the West Atlanta Watershed Alliance, which is the only Black-led environmental organization to have an official MOU with the city of Atlanta to steward a park. We steward a 26-acre nature preserve forest in Southwest Atlanta that actually holds the historic Atlanta Black Cracker practice playing baseball field from the segregated baseball era. We just had a huge event as we are recommissioning the field to turn into a farm, like commemoration with the purpose, but we're also commemorating which became the city of Atlanta when the national Negro League connection between forestry, traditional environmental education, which is where we are, and bringing in this lens of agriculture and this urban, where we're looking at agroforestry, where we are looking to become an urban training institute for young farmers in urban environments. Without great comrades and friends in this struggle, and we hear the statistics, we know that they exist, but this is where the real work begins. It's so good to stand in solidarity with folks who like to roll up their sleeves and get this work done. So again, kudos to you and your vision, and I'm so grateful to be a part of this. You also have 4 boys. And so, as we talk about legacy leaving and generational
it would have behooved me not to, because to have a sister that's an environmentalist, that's heavy. And I love to give respect to educated or even uneducated that's doing the work in the community. Thank you. And like I said, you will be on. We're trying to bring you to the, yes, we're trying to bring you to the national level with us. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Georgia. I can't wait to come back in December because we're trying to go to the Black Caucus event where Biden will be. Please start working on that with your local constituents. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord, forgive me again, guys. I told you, Tay walk away and I walk away, really, because she's been working all that. Thank you, Erica, so very much. Thank you, Miss Noreen, for commencing that partnership. I've been there to the Environmental Center. It says in the middle of the food desert, the underserved minority Black community, and the work that they're doing is phenomenal. Working with environmental control, climate control, things that we don't even touch upon. So she is being pulled up to the environmental or the national team as our environmentalist to work with our climate control expert out of Tennessee, which you'll hear our chapter leader down in Tennessee who brought him on board. It's heavy, but we're going to the project we have to introduce to the USDA that we're bringing into the underserved communities to teach them about climate control. Thank you, Miss Erica and Miss Noreen. Next, we're going to move to Louisiana. Kentucky's not here. You all, I can't stress to you, when we have events like this, it really means something when you join on, because I can't speak for what you're doing. And another thing, as we spoke to you yesterday, if your advisory council or your congressional member is not at the table with us November 8th, we gave everybody enough time to go get themselves together. We have to make sure we're advising our merit team and our financial team when they start working with this government money that we're going for, that they're in compliance. Because this is nothing to play with. and we're all about business to make sure we sustain correctly. Miss Mary Bolton Warren. I hope I got it right this time, because she just got married, and I always knew her as Mary Bolton. Her sister was a WNBA player. Miss Mary and I go way back before she got married. I flew down in rural Mississippi to her home for her. They literally have a family graveyard on their property. But she's a basketball coach, Miss Mary, which is unique how we tied that in back to our children. Who love basketball more than our black babies? So, Miss Mary, it's all yours, Louisiana. Oh, why are these people not listening? Okay, Miss Warren, we'll come back to you. Mr. Jude from Mississippi, are you ready to introduce? Yes, that male power, those kings that is not afraid to stand behind sisters in the leadership and work with us. He's down in Mississippi. He works with also a colleague of mine, Miss Cindy. You all see Miss Cindy drives a little pink bus, and she contributes that back to National Women in Ag. You all have to see her property. She is everything. Footprints Farm. She's everything. Mr. Jude, are you ready? Your line is muted. We're going to keep moving through. Mississippi again is Miss Marco Tweese. I mess up her name all the time. I call her Treese. Is she here? She's not here. Is New Hampshire here? She texted me earlier. New Hampshire, I wanted her to meet you all. She's awesome. She's been sick also. The pandemic, you guys, is no joke. You all, I'm not going to advocate for the vaccine, but I got mine. I'm not playing games with that. None other than my sister, my little sister, Miss Selena Thornton from North Carolina. When I say another upcoming leader that is on our heels, constantly sharing things, promoting things. She sends me prayers. She prays with me. It's so good to see a young sister that's pretty, and she calls herself Diva in Dirt. Go ahead, Selena. Selena?
Hello, everyone.
Yes. Oh, yes, Lord. You are very good.
I really wanted to talk yesterday, but I really would like to give the floor to my co-chair, Tanya Penix, who's on the board with Farm Bureau.
Hello, Tanya. Most definitely, Selena. Most definitely. We definitely want to hear from Tanya.
Okay, Tanya,
Ms. Penix?
Can you guys hear me?
We can. Hello.
Yes, we can. Okay.
There you go.
Just listening to everything, my heart is full from so many, from all this information and everything that everyone said. As I take notes, like Selena said, we are in a rural area. My heart, when we moved back to the county, was to do something with children because we had a lot of kids going to alternative schools. I have 2 sons, now 2 grandsons. Selena has 2 sons, and it's just been a passion of mine that if I had to be back in our home area to do something in the dirt. It's opening up so many doors and so much information on the direction that we can go in. I am on the Farm Bureau board here, our county board. My husband is the vice president. He also has a construction.
We weren't even able to touch them before.
We looked at doing so many things, you know, as far as hands-on, training the kid how to build a wall to, you know, build a building, tiny homes. I mean, there's so much potential, but I'm just thankful for the opportunity to be a part of this. Like, so we've been to DC on the Farm Bureau side. We talked to our legislators and our people here, but I'm ready to take this a step further because there's so much work to be done. We recently had a shooting of a young man from our school here. Something that's like That doesn't happen where we are, because we are so small, but these areas, these things are reaching our children. And to school and having to worry about that, these kids need an outlet. And they need to understand that their phone isn't like it used to be, and I think that's why a lot of people get it twisted. There's so many things that you can do now and learn now when it comes to agriculture. So that's where my heart is. And again, I'm just thankful for the opportunity to be a part of this and just ready to reach out and put my boots on the ground.
Thank you so much, Miss Tanya. I am sorry too. I missed your text or email last night. Literally, they will tell you I was working on the agenda at 1:00 because when I left yesterday, I was so exhausted with us going through the training workshop. I went home and went to sleep, and then I got back up to make sure the agenda was ready to roll out. So I missed it, where you are also assisting us to reach back to former Chairman Mike Conway, because we need him to help with the congressional side with the White House. I don't look at Republican or Democrat, that doesn't matter, because our organization can't do that, be a nonprofit. We are so thankful for sisters like you and Selena, because you all are rural. We came down there, and you all are rural. I mean, you're like on the border of Virginia, I believe, correct? Like you're way. And our goal, as you said, our kids need these outlets, because again, I'm going back. When this bill is passed, the goal is to have women in agriculture outreach centers in every chapter. What that'll look like is a model like we have here. You all see we have an outreach side in agriculture with all the training grounds outside they can go to and learn hands-on. They could pick food. They have access to locally grown food. On the other side of the building, we have the child care side. That takes our children from 6 weeks old all the way up to 18. I'm sitting next to a product of our work. Volante, I call her Tay. Tay came through our program when she was 12 years old. Yes, ma'am. Tay is now 19. And when I say if you pour into a child, she's from this community. And I say, when I say this community is poor, we are failing. All of our public schools are failing. They're not making, they're D- and Fs. For our minorities. Yes, it's real. And I'm not putting it out there, it's public record. And I sit right here in the middle. So when I cannot access these resources, because I don't even worry about me trying to reach some from the state level other than NRCS, that's a whole nother story, but they are not reached. Tay was able to come through the programs because I don't care if you have money or not if you're a baby. If a mother comes and says, I need a place for my baby, I ain't got my DHS turned on. Like I said, I have a lady that do now, the city councilwoman of a county is coming in and running our child care. So I don't have to touch that. So that's another even funding stream. And I'm not even charging her that much. You'll look at me if I tell you how much I'm going to pay us a month to run it. And she collects, because I know how much it costs to run one. It's very, very expensive to make those payrolls. I just want to try it out. I'm giving it a year. And then if it doesn't work out, then we'll shift it again. As far as a director coming in. Tay came through the program as a little kid, walking across the line to go home to her community. In this community, we have the highest incarceration rate. Oklahoma has the highest women incarceration rate in the world. Yeah, they literally put us in jail for having a joint. I mean, it's crazy. If you don't have the money, you go. And I know you guys probably seen it in the news where they've been coming, the Kardashian people and all that, because they're getting ready to execute one of our babies. Because he did not have, I mean, I haven't followed it closely. I just know a little bit because my girlfriends tell me about it. Not having the right resources. So he's getting ready. Our governor is not giving him a pardon or whatever they do. Clemency, I'm not going to go down that road. But long story short, we have these outreach centers, child care centers. Volante was able to go through, and I call it raising her with her grandmother. She finished with the United States Army she just finished her boot camp and career training. When I say that, because we had gotten her, because it takes a village. We got her through high school, and it was hard. When I say hard, because I'm hard, and I tell them, I don't want you around me if you ain't going to college or the military, because then I can't re-raise you when you get 18, and I can't stand you really, because we're going to bump heads because you think you're grown and you're not going to do what I need you to do. And I don't want you to just be getting this little bit of money. I'm not going to use you either, because my loyalty is to God. I know your potential. You sit here and do TikToks and all the flyers, and she's just bomb, as you guys see. 19 now. She can't step into my role because she don't have life experiences, but you all see the board members that you met in their early 30s, they can. You saw Amanda's. You'll see the Deidre Steens, the other chapters that are up behind me in the next generation that could go ahead and lead when I hand over the torch when I retire in 5 years. These centers work. We have several other success stories, but I'm not going to. But Ms. Penix, I hear you. I just wanted to kind of get on that and get that in there to show that we have walking testimonies that it works. If we get these outreach centers / child care centers and STEM programs in these communities where we're hiring literally high-level people to teach our children. Because I did learn that having a child care, you can't hire broken people to be over children. And I was reaching, trying to provide jobs to community people. Well, they're broken, and I'm trying to raise the grown-ups and the adults. Well, that doesn't work. So we are here to get this bill passed, to have these outreach centers all over America and then overseas. Thank you, Ms. Penix. And I know Farm Bureau is going to be so lit with us. Thank you. The next chapter, Leader, moving on through, we're going to Texas. Where? Kevin Poole, Pennsylvania. Mr. Poole.
Yes.
Pennsylvania. You see, we have kings that set. And he's so on fire. He prays for me, sends me Texas. I'll give you all my brother, Mr. Poole. Mr. Poole, you're on. Pennsylvania, y'all, Philly. Mr. Poole, you started talking. Go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Greetings to everyone in all respective states in the union. I just wanted to say that, we take credit in Pennsylvania.
Yes.
He comes from Scranton, Pennsylvania, north, near New York City. So he's real special to us here. And we, in the Senate, before it was picked for Vice President in the administration, we called him the third senator coming from the Senate. So I want to make sure that I remind him of that if I ever get a chance to go to the and he's from Delaware. My George and Uncle Benny George, they're from Hartney, Delaware. And so they know him real well. And of course, they've gone on. They don't have their farm anymore. But one thing they did have about their farm was they had a summer camp in the Fresh Air Fund. The kids came from New York City and came to the farm in Hartney, Delaware. So it was the same concept, working with young children to give them a way off of that concrete so they could come to this country and play and camp out. So that they were very successful in that. So I also wanted to say Pennsylvania, the Secretary of Agriculture, Russ Redding, has really reached out to the city and folks in Philadelphia for these urban gardens. And in the last decade since I've been here in Philadelphia, they have these urban gardens that are growing all over the place. So they have one group called Black Urban Gardens. So he's really focusing on that. So meeting, I sent him a correspondence letting him know what we're doing here with the National Women in Agriculture Association. And we want to get him on board. So, like I said, we're working with Lincoln University, Maria Gill, that I'm in contact with there. So that's our university, rather. And Thurgood Marshall graduated from there, university. So we're really proud of that, but that's a good inroad. We have another university, it's called Shady. So we've attempted to work with them. They have the agriculture, aquaponics there as well. So we're going to keep on working, reaching out to the Legislative Black Caucus of Pennsylvania and recruiting them to partner and be and work with us. Thus far. I also wanted to say, as far as the environmental group, maybe I can team up with them because I am selling organic fertilizer. Yeah. And this is a new element on a large scale that we can participate with large farmers, small farmers, gardeners, and so on and so forth. So that will be our way of raising money for our organization and get it like it should be going up and running. So we got many opportunities here in Pennsylvania. Agriculture is the number one industry. We have a farm show that's held off of Cameron Street, which is right across from the Department of Agriculture. In 2018, the Department of Agriculture for Pennsylvania established the hemp program. And so we have a lot of ideas and programs as far as food and distribution, and making sure that all of our people here in Pennsylvania are taken care of properly. School, which is our ag school in Henry Avenue, which is in Philadelphia. That is a school that's very active in the CSA programs as well. So there's still a lot of work to do, and there's still a lot of ground to cover. And I just wanted to accentuate these 4-H programs. If we could establish a 4-H program for the kids in Philadelphia, that would be tremendous for an after-school program, for the STEAM and STEM programs. You know, that means to say we have 400 murders in Philadelphia, and it keeps each night. And this is one of the saddest burdens that I've ever experienced in my life. But if we could get these 4-H programs to have some property out in the country where the kids could go and grow and learn about agriculture, that would be such a beautiful thing. And so, as some other parts of the nation are experiencing the same thing, we have a national emergency. And the national emergency is our children in these corners and all these cities. And when the sense of urgency is created by Dr. Steele, when she speaks so well on this issue with such passion and drive to get this done, and the leader is set up. There's no doubt about it. And it does Yes, this is exactly what you said. So we want to continually do a full court press on the White House and on the Vice President as well, Kamala Harris, who needs to be a part of our organization since she's HBCUs and she's a black woman, that we could make this effort work. So
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Poole.
Thank you, Dr. Steele.
We talk often, he mentors me as well, ladies. And outside, and Mr. Jim. Here's kind of a look, what's going on politically. We tell about different things that I don't even know. Just in videos. I do plan to go to film school. Before you go, and it just so with Mr. Clark. So, I just want to see him. He's very credibly connected. He's kind of being modest about that. And then he actually went to school with one of the main chief of staff for the appropriations committee. And we're not going to go down. We're not going to go down right now, Mr. Cook. We're going to keep the last thing simple.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I love you.
Thank you. Same here.
All right. Is Rhode Island back in? So we're going to move on. And go back to Oklahoma. I know this. She's got the seven project. She has they do a whole more down on the border of Texas. And 6 times I've been off and everything doing business. And we're just helping her with some resources to educate down there. Next, we have the American Council started a police chapter for the Native Americans. That's phenomenal. Moving to Texas, everything's bigger in Texas. When I say something, it's bigger. This young lady, she walked in and met us in April this type of workshop. She's already doing the work in her community, doing various property projects. She does everything. She's a she did a whatever, dog. I said, so I'm like, way too hard. But without further ado, she Miss Davis. They don't know. And the further southern part of Texas, we have Stephanie Carter. Stephanie's not here, but she's down by San Antonio. Stephanie's with us. She does work with more of the Latino community also. That's some of her background, of heritage, I should say. Miss Diane Brown, she's not here. She also works with over close to the border of Louisiana. Like Barbara. She's a beautiful senior ag sister that has a property on her farm. And when I say beautiful, to go to Airbnb. She has like different types of mural rocks and things like that. She has the farm. They make what do you call that? Salad in a jar. They introduced us to that whole how to do it from the largest. Moving into Texas one more time. Wake up, Texas. I just want to say hello. I'm here in the vlog. Yes. Waco, her mother is our queen. Deja Stevens from the Austin, San Marcos area of Texas.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I'm very people. We are in Caldwell County, Texas, which is Central Texas. We are, so a lot of us here are cattle producers, definitely have a lot of agriculture going on here in the state of Texas. For the Central Texas area to organize a vast group of women that we have in Texas, doing everything from hemp and hemp consulting, like Tamara Bibbs with IV20, who's our sister out of Houston, Texas. She was on maybe on today. And Kay Bell and all of the ladies all across Texas. So thanks for having us on. Is this the part where I share about okay. Well, we have an airship initiative or an air property initiative here in Texas where we're working with historically underserved landowners, not just on their federal enrollments, but also with restoration and reclamation for historical cemeteries and freedmen's colonies that by and large have been identified and are online listed as ghost towns. We know that they hold stories and they hold homage to our ancestors. And so we are very active in our pursuits, ranging from here in Central Texas all the way up to Northeast Texas, outside the Huntsville area, and just working in our local communities to, again, restore cemeteries and freedmen's colonies that have been just sitting vacant and abandoned. Another one of our
This is it. Did you tell the program that I would be coming? You want to introduce?
Well, he's not on. He's actually out this afternoon. He did ask that, I share a little bit about the STARS broadband program. This is a strategic partnership with the National Women in Agriculture, Black Gold Resourcing, and Advanced Technology Group out of Alabama to bring high-speed internet to rural communities, starting with our chapters, our NWIAA chapters. So on the events page of the NWIAA website, you can find an invitation to our weekly stakeholder meeting. And that's where we engage, local stakeholders, the mayors, the county judges for your areas, and invite them to learn about this platform. And what we really like about the platform is that it's revenue generating. There's several different models. One is for agriculture producers. The second is for institutions of higher education, like your colleges and universities. Also, there's a business platform and an oil and gas platform. So we're working here in Texas, but looking to branch out all across the country. Like I said, first with our NWIAA chapter locations, especially those of you in rural communities. The benefit of the revenue generating platform has to do with the CFR 7-3. I'm not specifically sure on that, but it will allow by us being included on this platform to receive revenues, kind of creating the same type of sustainable model that we're seeking to do with the Sustainable Funding Act. So really excited about that. Again, there's a link on the events page that also has a link to the Google models that have been drawn up for this program. So, and we're here, you know, several of you all, or many of you all may know, it's really hard to get high-speed internet in rural communities. They'll tell you everything under the sun and that it's not possible. But I wish I could walk out to my barn. We have a red barn here on the property that's about 660 feet away from the highway. We have installed already 3 high-speed dedicated fiber lines, and that is substantial enough, from my understanding, my limited understanding, to supply the county, the municipality that is closest to me, and the school district and hospital, all so that they have their own dedicated lines. It benefits the community. It should benefit us as landowners because we're included in the revenue generating platform. If anybody has questions about that, again, we have stakeholder calls on Thursdays, and the information is on the events page of the AA website.
Thank you, Deidre, so very much. This is going to be a great partnership. The MOU, or our cooperative agreement, what we're doing with them, has not been signed because I can't move according to our board until our attorney looks at it. And I'll send it over. I think it's fine. Deidre is in law school, and I trust her to handle that. She's been spearheading that whole project, and they will turn around and MOU and contract her out to handle that business because she's in when she gets it, understands it. Moving back on we're getting more texts, but I'm gonna stop here because our councilwoman from Central and she also said I am very thankful for her. Ms. Tyler Williams, this entire event. Is that I work for 3 years. My so the goal of our center is an agile influence curriculum. So we are connecting and already built relationships and rapport with local farmers. People who have small areas, but they understand how important it is that we develop that relationship for each other. And I don't know, you know, but it's such a necessity right now. Technology from very good. Support that, you know, we were very excited to come here and let's start with the White House. They were here live, right, ladies? These are some of our chapter leaders from Waco, Texas, that came up. And the oldest minority Black woman in America, 98 years old. Yes.
And what's your name? What's your name?
Yeah.
That's my mom, Connie. Connie, that's it.
And her friend,
Minnie.
Minnie. Miss
I'm
Minnie.
75. No, you're not.
Chicago, Illinois. And neighbors to the Obamas, and she wrote our bill and our act is totally responsible for making sure that was flushed out and just gave the most incredible speech, you all. And Kate summed it up and nailed it in from the heart that all I can say is it's our time. That's all I can say.
Thank you very much. These women, that's what they do, I talk about that. The need, also the power.
That's right. That's true. What's the next? That's true.
Arkansas.
Thank you. You're welcome. No, I have been talking about you, the councilwoman that came and saved my life to take over childcare, haven't I? And to have a high-level professional from a different county and a sister that has that passion, it means a lot to me. And whatever I could do to make sure she bring that in for our babies, she's gonna have it. Yes. Amen. Thank you. Thank you. She's awesome. All right, next, we're headed into the 10 of 10 10. I just don't know where I would be. I wouldn't have my chin if it wasn't for the 10. I tell them all the time. Miss Vivian Williams from Knoxville, Tennessee. She will tell her story better than I, but what she's doing is so innovative and unique. Because the reason I'm introducing, ladies and gentlemen, you can get ideas to go back into your community. So you see, because you don't really talk to each other, you know you're out there, and we're on the website, we have all your contact information. But I really don't think we really come together unless we're at a symposium. We have once a year. Due to COVID, we've been kind of disconnected. That's when we want to have this event. Miss Vivian, Pastor Vivian Williams, I'm sorry. Our act.
And use at the different areas and make some things happen. This is our time, y'all. So if we don't do it now, like Miss Tammy said, if we don't do it now, it's not gonna get done. So we need to take in everything that we can grab a hold to and take back what we can use and take it back to our different places and use it. I am here in Knoxville, Tennessee, and we are doing some wonderful things here with a wonderful school. Tell you about all the different stuff we're doing because we have other members on with me today. I talked yesterday, so I have my sister Yahweh here, who is a member of the Tennessee group, but she lives in Alabama and on our farm in Alabama. And I want her to tell a few of the things that she's doing on the farm in Alabama.
Greetings and blessings. Yeah. Hey, y'all, I'm Laura from Knoxville, Alabama. I am one of the original members of this National Women in Ag. I will always sing the praises of Dr. Steele because I met her when she had several members and I was the number 8 one. Many years ago. And it was such a pleasure and we hadn't been in contact, but it was such a pleasure to see her again. I think we were somewhere in the United States. Yeah. And so she came and convinced my sister here to become the chairperson.
Yes.
Because I was busy on to just share with you all is each one has spoken so wonderfully well and touched my heart in many, many ways, because I've been back on the phone for about 17 years now, back and forth and back and forth. And we have started to really grow in the educational part. One of the things that I will prefer to do with the farm is that it be more of a teaching mechanism. And the thing that happened on the farm during the COVID was so wonderful. Some people kind of got stranded. On my farm was camped out in my front yard, about 6 families. And it was one of those things that made me center my mind and center my love and be welcoming to these people that didn't know grass from nothing. But when they left, at least 3 people that was in that group, one is now in Dallas, Texas. She's a farm. She took a beautiful backyard in Dallas, Texas, and turned it into a mini farm, growing the best of watermelon and so forth and so on. And she already had a little granola thing going on, but now she grows just a few of the some of the a little bit sometimes to go and some of her men and different things. So I was really excited and proud that moment in 2020 being on the farm down there, that she was able to grasp that, and now she's a farmer, considered a farmer. One of the things that we also did was take our natural resources, which is a bamboo we have now, and one of these days I'll invite the whole National Women in Agriculture to come and visit the farm. I will host you the best that I can, and we would eat what you call on the table. We'd have stick food is what I call when I go into the forest and gather things that are edible. And we did a small little place out of the bamboo that's growing on the land that I planted about 30-some years ago. And so we took it and used that and made what I call bamboo fencing, bamboo trellis, and I'm trying to figure out now how to build me a structure just out of the bamboo. And I call that sustainable living, sustainable resource, reaching back in, using what you have, as Booker T. Washington said, using what you have to get what you want. I'm a big George Washington Carver. I don't study everything you do, but I do talk to the plants like you say. They have some background guys. They have a message for us. Yeah. I want to say hi to the sister with Black Gold Resourcing, LLC in Texas. I really enjoyed what you were saying about the band, because if I was in Alabama, standing in the middle of the hills trying to get some internet, just to be on the yeah. When I say I'm in the bush, I'm in the bush.
If somebody could drop your address in the chat, that would be the quickest way for me to get you on that list.
Yes.
Your address, please.
Yes, ma'am. And speakers, you all make my heart sing. Everybody, the sister from Cali and different things, and just happened to I work temporarily with A&M in a community coordinator. And so, that traveling international, going to Belize. I went to Belize this year. I met farmers in Belize, Black farmers in Belize. I met people in the Virgin Islands. I've just been reaching out. The universe just had opened up space to me, and the people in Belize are very excited. They are very excited of being connected. I talk about AWA there. So it's women. Most of the agriculture people in the VI, and most of them in Belize are women. So it was a blessing. So we are the innovators and the agriculture. It is up to us to grow food to feed our families and the world. So thank you all for allowing me to speak. Thank you, Tammy, for keep on keeping on and not giving up, and allowing us to be who we are developing into today. Thank you.
We appreciate you. And that triggered Stacy. She's always been a supporter, but we really couldn't connect our but thank you very much for making that happen. And forever black hole. Now, when I say my she had to get off. She said, when I say we talk black and white, we talk black and white. If they too white for me to take no brown places, I'm like, that girl, you need to go. But come my place and have her. And I said, Nashville, Tennessee accent, it gets to me all the time. Even when I'm doing it for my own people. So we'll send her. Next is my Dr. Corey. I think that he's good in the guy. I can't wait to take that picture of him, Mr. Poole, and Mr. Jude, and the president. When all these people are places and white places around these men, it's saying and shouting things. When I takes care of the coordinator or the director or our finance committee, he works that out. And as a school teacher, professor, this one time I love you, appreciate you so much. You are that king. He's always right.
Well, thank you for the introduction, Dr. Steele, and I love you more. My name is Corey Floyd. I'm actually a Spanish teacher by trade, and I'm also a hemp farmer. And so one thing that I've actually done in conjunction with some graduate work that I did at Iowa State University was that I developed a curriculum that teaches children or adults agriculture through the intersection of foreign language and agriculture. So we use Spanish and English as a way to teach agriculture to children. And it also works for adults as well. Outside of that, I am privileged to be able to be a part of the organization and to work with Darlene and Pastor Vivian and the national organization with Dr. Steele. So I will not talk too much, and I'm going to yield back to Dr. Steele. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Wisconsin is not here with us either. She was with us yesterday. I heard she said, it's her name. That we do have Wisconsin on board because we had some persons here before. That people like for whatever reason, and now we actually have, she's spearheaded Wisconsin and Arizona. You all heard leaders in about her vision. That is the conclusion. The Virgin Islands, you all heard from her yesterday in person. She also has broadband issues. Danger over in the Virgin Islands right here. She's a commissioner, and again, I was very close with the Congressman Stacey Cassie's office, and she's bringing us out on the bill process. We're going to do our workshops. Agenda, but it will hopefully make sure that our board members have been present at 12. Maybe. I know one is actually present here on the line. They all yesterday. I was so and to make sure that you understand how we structure our board. Everybody on the board serves a strategic position or closely with it. They can start out as being actually knows the organization inside and out. if it can sustain, and I say that, this Carson, she is one of our presidents who walked the struggle with me in Washington DC many years ago, trying to make it to Spencer legislators and U.S. leaders at the time. She doesn't make I couldn't afford it. I didn't have the resources to keep in her. And, you know, people get tired. She's one of those people that really got the organization alone. So that's still through 2011. We won about $50,000 one year to carry the organization. And I'll never forget that because that's the impact on her life to show me that she has the leadership quality that we have to have. Anna Bennett. Anna also worked with me as my executive assistant for 3 years. She's now in the medical field. We have also, honestly, sickle cell is very, very active in our community. And doesn't get enough attention. And her is young, he's constantly in our hospital with blood infusions and pain treatment. And so, you know, she can go, she can talk to another the next gentleman will serve as our secretary / web designer, all of the arts and the websites, all of the different flyers, except in the last couple of years, taking us the flyers in-house. I was glad about any mail that is standing around me, changing around 1,000 times on different flyers. I have to make sure everything when I take it right next to me, because I'll change out many times. Mr. Joe Taylor, as you're on, could you please get on and say a few words to the people? While he's trying to come in, because I specifically asked that he come in, we're going to blow up the org chart. Also, I have this my team here that works with me every day. I was going to introduce you how I work with all kinds of people, and they keep me humble and who I am, but I don't forget that I'll never get too big or what happened to not look back, because that's what I my other intern is right here in the house. I have Belinda is actually our admin assistant that actually works with rounds and starting the plants, maintaining the crops. They have this year. This is a young lady. She is 19, 20. So she's a year older than Patty. But I have to these are the young people I choose to work around. They may listen. And I want to give them an opportunity to go on. Go ahead. Something that work. Like, I think that, like, if you like that, incredible that we need to be like pulling resources like this, so that people can. Do that.
Helen, thank you. When I say she's really into it, we create these opportunities. Literally, she works to take care of the crop, and she gets another stream of income because I let them take the crop and sell it at market. So she sells it at the market on the other side of town, where she can make some extra money. The goal is to get her trained so she can train people every 6 months to train how to grow and sell it back to the grocery store. They come in and make money off of us. So therefore, we're part of our economic system in this community. I was raised in this community. I have no rules whatsoever to, but I do because I'm a minority and I'm not, and I get it. And I choose to put my business and put my energy over in this community. Now we would go back to speak to Mr. Hillard. I'm sorry. We have the congressional leader, Mr. Hillard, I'll come back to the board member. We have a Congress member that found an assistant of someone. All the others you all, we have reached out to, they are on the floor. You know, there's always disconnect in this virtual world, if you will. Without further ado, to us. Ms. Vivian. Okay, we'll talk about it on the virtual. Mr. Hillard, as your secretary and leadership, young leadership that was been with me for many years and put up with me, grew tape in making the flyers. He knows me. He lives in Dallas now. Mr. Hillard, are you ready? Go ahead. Girl, are you there? Okay. We appreciate you. You guys see his design, your business in the chat. Because if you all want some very deep, no, can you tell about your business? Big time. But, Mr. Hillary, go ahead. And because I'm telling you, and after leaders. We love, if you want t-shirts, we're trying to make sure that we change it up, because I used to have a vendor here in Oklahoma. But I want to give opportunity to your people in your community, if you have a t-shirt designer in your area, we want you to purchase for them. We have the color. Tay is not here right now. She'll tell you the color, and she'll drop it in the exact key that we like to get our shirts done. We're working on some other clothing line, merchandise line as far as boots to gloves, all hemp connected. Even my suit, I'm into a hemp suit, and I'm working with someone on that. On behalf of National Internet. That's all I have. We're gonna do a virtual for everyone who's on. We are still. Alexis Harris. She's working. Alexis, well, thank you. Because they need to also
in collaboration with culture and other organizations to ensure that we're able to have conversations even within a legislative conference to ensure we have equity and inclusion in the hemp and cannabis space. So we did a 5-minute announcement on that. I'll send that video to Dr. Steele. But we did an announcement with the president of their organization. I heard somebody say earlier, I think it was Pennsylvania, that they're working with the Black Caucus there within that state. And so if we can connect and figure out how to amplify this bill that we're going to do, the Women and Children Inclusion and Equity Act, I think that would be highly beneficial, because then we'll have more than just the people we've been working with who are well aware of what we've been trying to do. We'll have more people within the same organization already ready to rally for our end result, which is their support either in charter form or in a bill being signed that supports us getting forever funding, as Dr. Steele called it yesterday. And so that's important. That's an opportunity. If you'd like to participate in this event, please reach out either to Dr. Steele or myself or both of us to let's see what opportunities there are to amplify this message. Like I stated, we have congressional members already within the organization. And then we have a connectivity to the president of that organization, and Kamala Harris, Vice President Kamala Harris, and Jill Biden are invited to this event. Which means if we could position this organization, of course, there's a cost for this event. And so I've been working diligently. That's why I'm out here again in Las Vegas now, so they could understand the importance of being at that table.
Yeah.
Specifically the National Black Caucus of State Legislators table, because they write legislation. They support legislation. This is what they do. So we need to make sure that our mission is aligned with what they already do. And they can't work on something that they're not aware of. So if we have members within this organization who are congressional members, we have connectivity to the president of the organization, there is no reason we shouldn't be able to amplify and accelerate our efforts that we've been doing for this. And so that's my little piece. You'll learn more in my presentation I'm gonna do later for the next generation speaking opportunity. And yeah, thank you, Dr. Steele.
Thank you.
In the space, the company that I founded and CEO to is very much organic farms. It is a organic farm. We are a licensed grower and processor in the state of Illinois. Let me first now give you a little back history. You know, we Illinois, a lot of senators reached out to a lot of the businesses, minority businesses in the state of Illinois. They totally wanted us to get involved in the cannabis industry. Well, I know a lot of you know that right now, still in Illinois, there are no women or people of color that are actually operating in the cannabis space as far as the industry, of the industry is concerned. There was a first market, and we all know that usually most companies that are first to market control the industry. Right now, they're rapidly approaching $1 million. And like I said, there are no women or people of color that are privy to any of this generational wealth that has been forming. I've also learned at my age, when you learn that you really pay attention to the things that people are not saying. So that was another thing while I was, participating in the industry as far as in the dispensary side, the sales side of cannabis. While we were waiting in Limbo, I decided also to pay attention in research to the hemp industry. I went back, if you guys need a chance, you can go to www.greenrushfarms.com. Okay, when, like I said, we do the industry, and let's go back to my history of growing, and being, like I said, part of 4-H, automatically, very, passion for me. My first job as a youth was I worked in a nursery. So kind of like all moving parts kind of pretty much came together. My attraction to the entire cannabis industry, medicinal cannabis, was the fact that it's plant-based medicine. I don't care how they label it. It's that anytime God gives us a seed, please know there are always benefits to this plant. What we did is, in doing so, and this is, another thing in my, how I got involved with NWIA. I wanted to partner with a non-profit that benefited young children and women and kids that looked like me. That had pretty much similar backgrounds, and so I picked National Women Agriculture Association as my nonprofit partner. So that means when Greenwich Organic Farms, where a lot of my brands do a proposal, an in-house not-for-profit that is going to go with me economically, just trailblazing, just everything. So I kind of, also, kind of adopt the same thing. That's how we increase our economic development. That's how we increase money. Also, bring us to the farm, the National Agricultural Association, again, dear to our heart as well. We also have a partnership with the company. Yes, that is correct. The company with National Women in Agriculture. We'll teach you, we have some more DD farmers. We teach our kids how to cook. It's very, very important. It's, and watch lines develop. Sometimes we watch them digitally when it comes to any type of digital, our cell phones, the all the box, the iPads, the gaming systems, Xbox, all of those systems is amazing. We want our kids to there's no reason in the world why they can't design the recipe. And they do. They get on taste real how many times have our kids been on TikTok? We, different, innovative, and creativity, things. Yes. They get on, they create, but they don't. Is one of the most amazing things that we can industries, budding industries, no pun intended, we can get into for economic development, to change the generational wealth in our families. I mean, like I said, the list goes on, but a lot of people know that the first car we made was a Hannah car. It was designed by Henry Ford. They never allowed to manufacture or produce into the government. They totally eliminated that, as you all know, that back in 1937, there was the Marijuana Act of 1937 that totally eliminated and made it illegal. And if you guys know cannabis, today, cannabis issues, we like economy to make dreams, and it just goes on fibers and things that we can revolutionize the clothing industry. We can revolutionize the
agriculture industry, when I mean that, I say as far as the food source, microgreens alone is just phenomenal. There's so many endless opportunities that we, as chapters of National Women of Agriculture, we can farm microgreens. Like I said, one of the subsidiaries of Green Organic Farms is Gold Gum Farm, which is a home of microgreens. Just a phenomenal product. Not only will we do microgreens, we do cannabis microgreens, eggplant microgreens, and just it's endless. I'm out of time. I could go on and on with you guys. I hope to meet all of you one day face to face in person. And just thank you. You are so. I just wanted to bring it along. These people, personal care, is neighbors. Engineers, so a lot of synergy and ideas, so I came from the chocolate industry, so. Woman helped develop the machine. I don't want you guys oh my God, you got the big ones from all the time here. I'm just I'm like 10 minutes away and I can give 10 more people the opportunity to say hello. I have to go first to the USDA, our Texas chapter, Mr. J.B. Morton. He is a deputy there with NRCS. And JB, I am so sorry that I didn't have you with the other NRCS. I'm not sure if you were on. I did the agenda. It got sent out to Alabama. Then it came back. I had to send it to DC. Somewhere I missed it. So I want to give you an opportunity, brother, to say something about NRCS Texas because you all have been instrumental in keeping me alive also. JB?
Yes, ma'am, Dr. Steele, how are you today? Stay on fire. No, it's a pleasure to be here. As you know, you have sat in on a couple of our CBO meetings that Ms. Christy York, our state conservation is here in Texas, is trying to provide opportunities through our agreements, and she's coming up with a different format. We want to continue the services that we have displayed in the state of Texas, but we want to do a better job of that. And one of the things we're working on really update outreach plan. We're in the process of orchestrating a strategic plan, and we just want to make sure provide the best service possible. And one of the things and how we combat that for all of you on the phone today, you know, as Mr. Reese said, it starts at our local field office in our respective counties throughout the country. And I have to reiterate this, I have to continue. You're not getting the service that you think you need to be getting local service centers. You need to let us know so we can correct it. Because that is happening. There's no way we can make any inroads continuing to try to make an attempt to right the wrongs of those who have not had an opportunity to take advantage of the programs and services that we offer. So in the future still, your folks, your chapters, events or whatever takes place, you're going to hear them throughout from the state of Texas. Because once again, we want to make sure that everybody receives the services that they are supposed to be receiving.
their places. You know, people get water brings big water with the department to sustain to something good. But this, which that triggers us to bring you up to what we're getting ready to unveil again. We mentioned it earlier, and it's been going on the whole time. We've been reaching all over the world through our contest. We launched it today on our Women Ed Wednesday talk show. Every Wednesday at 11 a.m. Central, we will be giving women all over the world a platform to talk about their place in agriculture. So, Mr. JB, with that being said, I think possibly going to get that agreement that cooperative participants that always give it. As well as those and I don't have my paperwork to you yet. I can send you it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Mr. Dorinda, I don't know if Dorinda's on the phone. Dorinda is my sister that works in our hours over with literally she and I texted each other this morning. And we have a phone line on. So that's another system that I have to use to update and make that registration process a little smoother. So I just texted Dorinda, if you're on, you know, the studying time. That's when I say that sisterhood that flows all the way through. There's no games and when they know each other, more than every person depending on the congressman, but I am grateful for NRCS. You all should be too, because I would not, you wouldn't be. Yeah, that's real. Next, I want to acknowledge another representative that's on the line. I just got an email or text in, the text looking at the Shirley Jackson Police Office is trying to come through, but before I move, I want to go back to Georgia and recognize Representative Virginia Ward. Ms. Ward is making some moves down on the state level for women in agriculture. And they call some of that days and she's just phenomenal. I've seen her on some of her films. She's definitely been working for the people. Representative Ward, are you still on? Well, if not, I want to let you know that she was on. Also, Patty Bentley from Georgia is very instrumental on the state level with us. I also reached out to my state leader for this district, AJ Pittman. I have a great relationship with him. I want to text each other. I was the secretary for this district, and she said that she would maybe step into that position. Also. The kids work on the Black Farm, the Black Freedom. They were not. That's their piece, and she's finding out where Black Freedom can be. But they are getting medical, so close to them. That piece is very hard. I know they're going back and forth to DC. And lastly, I want to recognize our grandmother who's been on the line, Tamika Moore, that actually, Jamaica, can you please have a few words, because she's trying to develop a whole team for all of you all. We're trying to plug in a major team. And she's got the spirit that I'm relying on. Jamaica Moore. Knowledge, but I don't know anyone else. Taking time to stand there, trying to make it. Okay, we're going to go ahead and take you on a virtual so we can not take that much more of your day. have been so blessed. I know I have, and we have here, we know that all of you all who tuned into our first podcast. With Emily Renita, which is going to turn into some other things. We have interns, all the way to class that I asked them to come from all over the country. These are young lady leaders that we make sure that they work on. We connect and I make sure that their resume is being built. They're building their portfolio. We're very grateful again. They actually have Tay actually is the coordinator of that. And the actual opening page of the podcast, we're going to do that right now. The podcast is amazing. Thank you, Dr. Erica. There's more on and more intentional every week. So women at Wednesdays at 11 a.m. with family that opened. We want to come out, we have special speakers. And I'm going to drag on every day. And we're talking about and then we're trying to reach girls. Lunch hours. This is one of our TikToks that we have on right now. Just a little one. That's just a TikTok, and that's picked up some momentum. Of course, we have been doing more of those things. Because that's what the young people do. Again, I reach for them because that's sustainability. I don't play games. I respect my elders, what they do and how they move. I let them do it. I'm a president. I'm trying to get them all an intern in every chapter, each one of you. That's the goal right now. We have to switch you up regional for the interns that's on board right now to work with you all regionally. But the goal is to make sure you have at least one, if not two, interns to work with you. Everything is flowing every month to those things. Next here is our opening page to our military. We are still playing with the music. We have That Girl Is on Fire. Here's something that we do that advertise some of our workshops when we have the USDA leadership females coming on board. I need to be my CS, but it's literally doing our workshop. The third Thursday of every month. So here's what we did to highlight our women leaders across the United States and the USA. Go ahead. These are just some innovative things that we're coming up with. We want any ideas if you want to do a talk show and Wednesdays. I'm trying to figure out a way to push it out through our websites and our social media platforms to get speakers. The goal is to let women just kind of get sounding more and help them. You know, we're muffled. That's Kenya. So, I don't understand what taking out of that. God just makes your ideas and she make it come to life. That's all I can say. And my thing is, again, contrary to what I like to be under the radar. Back of that and we move on, you know, very really, we have different ones. To have a voice and more into this, and I can't give you credit because it's not. It wasn't not. So, all of you, I thank you for being there on virtual. But if any of you want to say anything, the mic is open.
Again, I just wanted to say that I'm so grateful and humbled to be here. And also coming in the health industry, I am the only black person in my family. Growing hemp because they stuck in this about it's illegal. And see how the money could be made. And this is what they're doing now. That's all I want to say about that.
Well, you have the women here from Chicago, you also have Alexis. This adheres are to start developing a workshop very soon. I'm not gonna talk about it. I'm gonna see it happen and start telling life with them. Okay, here we go. Yeah, he's also an expert, Dr. Court, and he's also about me. So all of you together.
Okay, I'd like to say something from Georgia.
Okay.
We have former members. She is the first female black urban hemp grower.
Wow.
In our
Gilliam Community Garden. Her name is Lily. And she is awesome. See, while I was at the Ag Expo yesterday, to participate in a workshop
in November. So that will be happening. She has all the pictures
and growing her particular type of hemp. So that's going to be on the
horizon as well.
Awesome.
Along with our hemp coordinator, Alexa.
I'm so excited.
Yes.
I'm sorry for the noise of having a birthday celebration here at the senior center. Hey, y'all, this is prepared a presentation for you all. If you would like to see it, it's just about some of the connectivity, all the things we talked about today. Some things that were really important. There are two things that essentially came to me while making this presentation that was important to share with you ladies today. And a lot of you said, even within your own words, the word purpose kept coming up today. And the difference between intention and being purpose is purpose means you're spiritually covered. The actions that we're moving and doing together. So when we all move, use our intention and operate in our purpose, and we put that together, all together with each other. Starting with the leader, starting with the roots, starting with the soil, starting with God, and then connecting with everybody else who has God-like spirits. That is what will continue to drive us and lead us to purpose and passion and intention that will continue to grow in all of this organization. But spiritually, continue to grow individually and within our community. So I just wanted to share that with you all today because there's a lot of things, a lot of areas of connectivity for all of us, not only in the health and cannabis space, but in what we're doing for our day-to-day life. So it just takes for us to take that time to talk with each other, those goals, and making them a reality. So that's what I'm interested in each and every one of you, making goals a reality. And so thank you, Dr. Still, for this opportunity. Thank you, Ms. Noreen, for continuing to mentor me and ensure that I'm doing the work that I say I'm gonna do. Accountability is everything. So thank you for being accountable.
Thank you. Deborah Dillon from Chicago, Illinois. Deborah Dillon, if you are still available on this call, I'm just going to be to, everyone on the call and the other chapter leaders, as part of the mayor of the National Women in Agriculture Association, a seniors wellness initiative. It was senior wellness initiative for us, but let me explain to you, she's a farmer's well. She has a farm and it's called Old Folks Can, CAN. It is a hemp-based farm. She's also a continuing instructor at one of the non-land grant universities, Chicago State University, that will be also doing, looking work in some cannabis research. I just wanted to introduce you, to speak with her regarding the senior wellness initiatives, maybe for other chapters, a lot of other things that we're instituting for National Women in Agriculture. It's also a women's reentry program, so please think about that. As Dr. Stewart mentioned earlier, the incarceration rate amongst women of color is astronomical, and we all know the history of our culture, and we are the leaders in our families. We remove the leaders of your family. So please just think about, that, as the different initiatives that each of our chapters can spearhead to better improve our communities and our quality of life. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.